Welcome back, guys, as we continue our coverage here of the main event at the APL Million. Couple of very, very big names at this table. Cooper Feltham, Peter Orr, Matthew Wakeman, Kale Burns. Plenty of action incoming, as this table has over 25 million in earnings. So plenty of money already won by these guys over the course of their poker lives, and no doubt we're going to see them battling here. Kale opening from the hijack with the King-9 offsuit. Tino starting this one with around 800k is going to come along with a call. Chris Petrie says, good table choice. Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, really? Yes. You lifted them up like this and fired. I don't know what both your cards are. I have an idea of what one of your cards isn't.
Isn't?
Yes.
Not
I know it's like not a bunch of things. So, do what you want. I told
Fine.
you.
I was trolling, Daniel. I'm fine. Ain't no Jason, though.
8-fold.
I give it up.
He lifted them up like that.
Thank you.
Like, I could just say nothing as well, but I wouldn't do that.
You're okay? Anything else? Okay. One raise 32,000. 3-2.
Raised to 32k.
Three-fold. Four-fold. Five-fold.
You're getting paddle straight like
We played like a 2-hour session.
Is this Richmond or Dockland?
Cooper raising the ace-king over to Vincent and the cutoff.
6 raise 85,000.
What was the line?
8-5.
Puts in a 3-bet. Robbie asking, has Kale Burns made money through poker tournaments? Robbie, do me a favor and just go and type in Kale Burns into a website known as Hendon Mob.
8-fold.
Egan's like, let's say, Egan's like
9-fold.
And I think Cooper's only got one decision he's going to be making here. He's going to be requesting all of the chips to go into the middle. Very clear 4-bet jam spot off of his stack. And Vincent has to decide whether or not he's going to want to run this against Cooper.
1 all
As
in.
in goes the remainder. Bit of a laugh. He's asking for a count.
when I've played with you was rusty, but like you can tell like he's got good hand-eye coordination. He's got the board, I think. Yeah, I heard Jono stick at table tennis.
280.
Total of 305, which is less than 20 bigs. Obviously, he's going to have hands like ace-king, ace-queen offsuit. But he's also going to have, obviously, 9s, 10s. Would he take 7s, is the question. As Vincent seems to be having a bit of a laugh about this. Doesn't show ROI. Yeah, I think it speaks for itself, Darren, as the 8s go down.
Got more room on the table, huh? Bit of leg room.
2-fold. Three-fold. Four-fold.
It's a very interesting take, Darren. But I respectfully disagree.
5-fold. 6-fold. 8 raise 32,000.
32k from Tino. or Tino, should I say, with the ace-8 offsuit.
Fold. One call. Heads up.
Cooper defending king 10 to a flop we go. Couple of aces and a 10 as Cooper's drawing to running quads. Might as well be dead though, as Tino reaching and firing out a bet of 25,000.
Five. One call.
Quick call from Cooper, obviously not going anywhere with the best 10. Turn is a king, which is very interesting.
One check.
Cooper improves, but obviously not enough to have the best hand.
50,000.
50k is the wager, and is Cooper going to want to let go of this right now? Yeah, quite the easy table draw. Hey, Aiden.
One call.
Call from Cooper as he slides back to that 300k mark. 3 of clubs on the river.
One check.
Checks it over to Tino.
8 bet. 75.
75k, and Cooper's going to get a look back at his stack. Obviously not feeling too good about having faced a triple off. As Cooper trying to figure out whether or not this is ever a hand like Jack 10 or Queen 10, and he doesn't seem convinced. I don't know. I think when somebody goes bet, bet, bet like this, even if it is from button, you're going to have some aces in your range as well that you're just going to want to call down with, and I think you've got better hands to call down with than this one. Cooper doesn't seem convinced, though. Obviously not going to be playing at 100% given he's not feeling 100%. Wow, he flicks in the call.
Ace.
Well, Darren, that's because it's a very dumb comment. I'm sorry. Like, it's very obvious, but it's also very obvious that Kale is a very good poker player.
I think it is here if people are texting you on the phone.
Well, you can say that about anybody.
They're watching on delay.
Well, you can say that about D-Eggs.
Like 20 minutes, I think.
Are you allowed to communicate with people, or what's the
I
story?
don't think there's any rules forbidding it.
I just want to know so
New players coming
don't
to
do anything
6,
unfair.
7.
I think they put it on the screen and we can all watch it in 20 minutes delay anyway.
Okay.
Is that how it works? So you'll get to see it right here.
180 people tuning in on Facebook. Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to like the video. We had an incentive. I had to eat a kiwi fruit with
I don't care if you speak to friends.
Just the same rules.
had to
as
eat
we
a
have
kiwi
our
fruit
way.
with the skin on earlier when we got to 150 likes. No doubt we'll figure something out if we get to a certain point here. Nikki Pickering probably up to no good in the background once again, trying to figure out what I can have to digest.
3 fold.
No, don't worry, I didn't go into anaphylactic shock.
4 fold.
My lips and throat were tingling, but luckily I was okay.
Five raise. 32,000. 32. 6 fold.
When you get sick. Yeah. You're already in what can do. You just couldn't sleep. Is it because you were really sick or just because you had
Yeah, Nick, it's an interesting one.
8 fold.
well, that's not there.
9 fold.
Yeah, Darren, but I never said anything about how much money he has. I just said he was a very good poker player. I don't know what you... King Queen for Cooper in the small, going to find the 3-bet rip with
2 fold.
14 blinds.
No call. Four fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
Faraz, King 4 offsuit into the muck. Tino opened the ace-8 earlier from the button. See if he's going to get involved with ace-5, not to be. Kale with jack-10 offsuit in the cutoff, also folding.
1 fold. Two call.
Asking who my pick is to win. I mean, that guy center of screen, to be honest, both of them, if they accumulate chips, it's going to be tough to get past them. Tarek's asking, I can't even with the mask. Nothing against the player, but the mask I just can't. Well, a lot of guys at this series are actually getting sick. So a lot of people have been unwell and a lot of people have had the flu. So people are wearing masks just to kind of alleviate the potential spread of whatever sickness is going on. And to be honest, I'm glad that they are. Nobody wants to get sick at a poker series, especially when there's still 730k to play for.
3.
Rick's asking, are either the Sweet Brothers still in? Yeah, last time we checked, Troy had around 700,000.
Alright, so you gave ID.
Thank you.
That's the only thing that does something good. You probably want an antihistamine.
Mitty's still in. The pub Malulabar regs are a force. Yeah, absolutely. Robbie's asking how you can become like Kale. Years and years and years of study.
6 fold.
You want to smash
7 fold. 8 fold.
Kiwi from Kale. It's down black bar.
9 fold. 1 fold. 34. 34. 3 fold. Yeah, that's all good.
Peter raising 8s from the button. Kale coming along
Heads up.
with the King 7 offsuit. To a flop we go. 92k in there. Ace 9 6 rainbow.
4 check. Two bet. 31. 31,000.
Peter betting 31k on this board. Kale. King 7 offsuit. I'm very interested to watch Kale play. I haven't really had the opportunity to commentate on his play at all. Looks like he's going to find a float on this board. 4 of clubs on the turn.
4 check.
Checks it over to Peter. Or he's asking is Amin or Liam J who's still in. I'm not certain. Last I saw, Amin was still in, but I haven't actually seen him in the background. Is Peter going to find a second barrel here on this ace-high board?
2 check.
The answer is no. He checks it over. River card. Probably this exact line was what Kale was hoping to target by river. As instead, he just rivers a king, locates himself the best hand. Probably with the plan to attack rivers when turn goes check-check and the opponent relatively caps their range. See what size he chooses to go for regardless, because I think he's still going to want to try and extract some value from a hand like 8-9 suited, 10-9 offsuit as he does reach. Looks for about 40k.
40k.
Goes for 1/4. And unfortunately for Peter, there are a number of hands that his exact hand blocks that would be bluffing in this spot. Obviously, a hand like 8-5, 8-7 that may not have check raised flop, given the stack size Peter has, but Kempson decides just to wander up onto the stage. Don't do that, please. Don't really want everybody just standing right next to the feature table. Peter giving this one some thought. Looks like he's going to potentially consider putting in a cycle here. Trying to figure out exactly how many combos of bluffs Kale may have. Obviously, there are those 6x combos as he flicks in the call, and he's going to see the bad news. King 7 is the best hand. Was saying, wish we had more masks. I picked up the flu and ended up leaving series and now just watching. I'm sorry to hear that.
Six-fold. Seven-fold. Eight-fold.
Taking a look at some of the chip updates as posted onto the social media platform. Looks like Porps is our current chip leader. Sam Haddad with 1.781 million chips. Romain Mavan close behind. Patrick So with 90 bigs, 1.45. Zelig Otter, 1.218 and 76 bigs is our 5th place stack.
Two raised. 42,000.
Eric saying the sickness is going around at the moment. It's quite bad. Yeah, it really is running amok, isn't it?
Fold.
Peter raising his queen.
Four-fold. Five call. Heads up.
David going to flick in the defend with the 7-8 offsuit. To a flop we go. And wow, that is a good flop for the big blind.
Five check. Two check.
Three of clubs on the turn as now David's going to reach out.
37. 37.
Michael is asking what time the players are bagging tonight. I believe they're playing 4 levels more. So this one plus 3 more. So it's going to be at some point around midnight. Unless these are the last 2 levels, but I doubt it.
Twofold.
Fold from the ace-queen as David takes himself to 41 blinds. Kale still our table captain, only playing north of $1 million. Peter now our shorty, 205K.
I just knew it was like 19 like 100% not big.
Could have been
One more orange. Thank you.
It's like, I thought it was like, it's not a 50 card, it's probably like not a 9 or an 8. You guys have no
Small
business
blind.
stuff, right?
8,000. Small blind.
Sorry, yeah.
7-fold. 8-fold. 9-fold. 1-fold. 2-fold. 3-fold.
Just gonna fold.
4-fold. 5-fold.
Now, the blinds are just 1 hour long, Raymond.
Fold, 9-fold, 1-fold, 2-fold. Three raise.
No, they weren't 1 hour during the flights. I believe they were 40 minutes. 8-6 for Wakeman opening from the hijack. Kale with the king-jack offsuit, maybe considering a 3-bet. Obviously, Wakeman going to know the best decision to make in any spot, I would think. Very, very accomplished players sitting directly next to each other.
Four raise. 86,000. 5-fold.
Takes it north to 86K.
86. 7-fold. 3-fold.
Down goes the 8-6 suited, and Kale up to 1.48 million.
Thank you.
No good?
9-fold.
Chris
1-fold.
got the flu day 2 of the series.
2-fold.
And yet I still see your gorgeous beard floating around the place. Have I got the right person? Hope I do.
How much did you How much did you I'll look at your, after
Yep, exactly the right person. Quite the beard, my friend.
Fold 32,000.
Very impressed.
32.
Kale opening king 6 from the hijack. Yeah, pretty absurd seats 1 to 4. I mean, of all the table draws in all the world, this wouldn't be up there as far as one that you'd voluntarily choose. David's going to have to deal with it. Looks like he's reaching for a 3-bet up to 82.
Five raise 81. 81,000.
No, 81,000.
6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 81,000.
I wonder what Kale is going to choose to do here, obviously. Recognizing that David is going to be 3-betting relatively strong against him. Wouldn't expect too many people to getting too out of line when he has a stack that he could just put them to the test with immediately. But I wonder if we ever see him consider a 4-bet bluff with this combo. Really giving it a lot of consideration. No time banks in this tournament. These guys can use as much time as they want or until the clock gets called. Looks like another look at it. Eventually just decides to fold.
Small blank. Thank you. One fold. 2 fold.
Bart caught COVID and influenza A on day 3. COVID? Really?
3 fold. 4 fold.
David with the Queen Jack.
Five raise 32,000. 32. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Runs a Kale, 10-9 offsuit in the big blind. Expect this one to be defended. Is siding with 21 bigs, but still a stack he'd like to come along with, and he does flick in the
9 fold.
call.
Heads up. Nine check. Five bet. 26,000. 26.
Sculpty reckons over 14 mil in earnings on this table. I think there might be over 14 mil in earnings at one seat in this table.
Nine call. Nine check.
king of clubs on the river.
Nine check. Five check. 10-9. Two fold.
Mini kiwi still in. Is that a needle to the fact that I had to eat a kiwi fruit earlier?
Four fold.
But not as far as I'm aware.
Five fold. Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold. Nine call.
A couple of New Zealanders still in. Matt Carlson, Phil Hawkins, Darton Tangahiare. All still in, apparently.
One check. Heads up. Nine check. One bet. 16,000. 16. Nine call.
Couple 10s and a 6. Bet a 16K from the gut shot. Call from the jacks. Oh, and that's 7 of clubs on the turn. Feeling at Cooper immediately.
Nine check.
And what's important to note, Scultsy, is that Hendon Mob lists it in USD. So there's actually about 32 million earnings at this table.
One bet. 60K.
David McGuinness is saying this table has 14 million Hendon Mob earnings between them is like saying Tiger Woods and I have won 19 majors between it. Yeah. 60K from Cooper.
Nine call.
As it goes check, call from Kale. Only 2 outs for him. Needs to locate a jacker at 10. The river card is instead the ace of spades.
Check. Nine check.
It felt like you were calling me really hard.
A very good feature as Kale does not improve, and Cooper with a very easy jam here, I would think.
One all in.
Looks like he is going to request that triangle and flung in his direction. Kale going to have to put in over half of his stack on this river to make the call. What kind of bluffs is Cooper going to have in this spot? Is he going to take a hand like 8-7 over 3 streets? Nope, probably just checks it on the turn. What about a hand like 8-5? It was a limped pot, so obviously he's going to have every single 10x in his range.
One eighty-eight.
188k, which is for 12 blinds. Counts out the call and really agonizing over this one. Obviously, Cooper is a player that's going to be capable enough to have the bluffs in this spot, but given the ranges are so wide, obviously he's going to have all of the hands for value here.
Nine call.
Wow, he makes the call, and Cooper's going to get a massive double up to 576k.
One
231 people tuned in on Facebook. Make sure you like the video. I'm sending out a lot of messages trying to potentially get a co-commentator in for this evening, but plenty of people are playing at the moment. So what I might do is I might go for a quick stroll around the room in about 10 minutes and see if there's anybody that I can locate that might want to come in and have a bit of a chat. Definitely some tournaments still running that are occupying their kind of minds at the moment. The PLO Hold'em rotation immediately to the left of screen, and also there is that kind of monster stack happening in the background as well. So just going to have to see if anybody is free and wants to come and have a conversation. I'll be back in just a moment.
three fold. Four fold. Five fold. Six raise, 32,000. 32. Seven fold. Eight fold. All in? Nine all in. One fold. Two fold. Yes?
160.
Yeah, 164, yes. Six call.
Picking up the action, Kale needing to try and hold on against ace-9 here to double up. 10 on the turn adds counterfeits. River card is an 8, and that is safe for the deuces.
One more, yeah, oranges. Thank you. Yeah, 164. Good.
Okay.
32,000. 32. 6-fold. 7-fold. 8-fold. 9-fold.
For David is a very nice hand to wake up with.
Fold.
+1. It's going to fold around to Wakeman in the big blind. Glimpsing at the 9-6 offsuit.
Three call. Heads up.
Looks like he is going to come along, defending very, very wide here. Board definitely favoring the big blind defense, but Wakeman deciding not to lead. David, overpair, no heart.
5 check.
Decides just to knuckle it back. Deuce of clubs changing nothing. Are we going to see a turn lead? No, not this time. David with the kings, obviously feeling relatively confident in them when it goes check, check twice. Wonder if he's going to reach for an overbet now, given the board is double flush draw. No, just going to go with roughly half pot.
33,000.
Less even, 33k. Matthew just reaching for a call. Doesn't look like he wants to
3 call.
increase the price here. Happy just to call and come along. 154,000 out there. Matthew just 3 outs. The river card is not one of them, though it does complete a one-liner. And if Matthew didn't think his 6 was good, here is an opportunity for him to try and reach out and take this pot away. If he checks, he may feel like he's up against 2 overs, potentially with a club, or 2 overs no club. Well, sorry, 2 overs with clubs, but no, it looks like he is going to reach out and try and block this river. Betting 10%, 16k.
16.
One big blind, and this is really going to freeze the action. David getting a look at these kings. Are we going to see him just call, or does he feel like he would be able to raise this hand? That would give Matt the chance to make his life a lot more painful if he managed to find the 3-bet rip. No, just the call, and the pair of 6s are no good. The king's going to get turned over. So I'll be back in just a moment, guys.
32,000. 32. 6-fold. 7-fold. 8-fold. 9-fold. 1-fold. 2-fold. 3-fold.
Picking up the action, David opening gun with 10s. Kale with the Queen 7 offsuit. The computer hand, as many know it as, the exact 50th percentile hand on a solver, or on a chart, should I say. Flicks it in, 88k out there to a flop. Ace and a couple of 6s, and these 10s are very cozy on a board like this, but obviously Kale is probably going to be defending every single offsuit ace in his range, so David may not feel overly comfortable with betting this one. He did check the kings back on a board that favored the big blind already, just the hand previous. Looks like on this occasion he is going to reach out and bet.
5 bet. 20,000. 20.
Getting 20k. Kale making no decision too quickly.
4-fold.
Just decides to let this one go. As I have gone for a quick walk, and I have managed to locate myself a co-commentator for a brief while at least. Andrew Morley, unfortunately, out of the main event, it seems right now.
Yes, you would assume correct, being that I'm sitting in this chair.
So it's 4 spades on Instagram, is that correct?
4 spades on YouTube, 4SP4 DES on Instagram.
Fantastic. And you're rocking the Up the Stakes patch?
Yes, you had
Member of-
my coach, my hero, Nelson.
Fantastic. And Nelson, unfortunately, wasn't able to do what you were able to do. He didn't make it through to the next day of the main event.
2 of the cohort were able to find a bag for day 2. Nelson, unfortunately, wasn't able to, but he teaches well, maybe better than he
7-fold.
practices.
And how did you end up? What did you end up finishing in the main event?
Final position was 163rd.
So that's a little bit kind of in the future, according to what we're seeing here on the screen. But
Oh, apologies.
no, that's all right. In real time, I think we're waiting on that number to update a little bit, as we do see the open from Cooper with the 7-6 suited. Did you enjoy the experience?
It was fantastic. This is my first time at the Million, first time at the Sharks Club. Pretty sure it's my first time on the Gold Coast, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You'd think I should know that, but yeah, pretty sure first time on Gold Coast. It's been fantastic. I've really enjoyed myself. And yeah, on for many more. I'm hopeful. If this runs anything to go by, then yeah, I'll be back and trying to get slightly higher up on those tables.
Fantastic. As far as a 1500, is that something that you're usually buying into? Have you played Jackstars in the past? Have you played many 1500s before?
Yeah, I've played the Jackstar that we had in Tassie a number of years ago, before that went.
Yeah, we'll chat
And
about that soon.
We shall. And I think I fired a Jackstar at the Sydney PT, the Canterbury Helston one.
Oh, okay, yep.
So it's not something I'm unfamiliar with, but it's definitely like each time it's a little bit of a shot take. Like I like to satellite in or get a ticket or somehow ride that variance rather than like buy in pure. But
8-fold.
it's getting close to being sort of my
9-fold.
comfortable spot. I'd say like the 450 to 600 buy-in is where I'm sort of quite comfortable right now.
Yeah, okay. Because I remember reading through and watching your stories on social media where it seemed as though the dream was kind of over for the main event. And then
Yes.
all of a sudden you fired the second to last flight and found it back.
Yeah, I did. So the dream was dead after 2 flights, busto. And I think I went home that night and was like, I've had a vision of me running deep and doing well in this tournament.
100.
May have pre-purchased a few items that potentially shouldn't have.
Right.
Both physically, literally, and metaphorically.
Right, okay.
One being this lovely jumper.
Okay.
So that's good. That's covered. We're good.
Right.
But no, I kind of had that feeling, and sometimes you've got to ride your gut and say, no, this isn't gone. We've got to fight on. There's a couple more flights, we can get a bag.
Yep. Fantastic. So getting back in the mix and grinding away and managing to get through to day 2 and all the way into the money. What did you end up cashing for in the end?
I believe it was 4,002 something.
Right.
250. 255.
And initially, you were in for 2 bullets, did you say?
2 tickets, 2 bullets.
Right, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, so satellite in through that mega Jackstar main satellite.
Yep.
So bullet in that. Yeah, 1 ticket, 1 a ticket through the satellite, and then 2 of my own back.
So small little profit overall, I guess?
We're break even-ish.
Right, okay. Well, we'll take break even.
That's better than being down 6k.
Absolutely. David Saab saying, when I'm around, you should ask me to co-commentate. We would have a lot of fun. Mate, if you're around, for sure, send me a message. We'll sort that out. As for right now, though, Tasmania.
Yeah.
Not the best place to be playing poker lately, unfortunately. You want to tell us a little bit about what's been going on down there?
I mean, to be perfectly honest, the best person to be talking about this is on the table right now that we're looking at. David Bowen is someone who's more around that in a more higher level capacity. But as a player, how much can we swear on this?
We try not to. There have been a
Okay.
couple of slip-ups.
There's been
but
slips? I'll try-
Let's try and keep it...
I won't slip.
Obviously, talking about gambling, automatically it's going to be PG.
Of
we
course,
can't have it
100%.
G-rated, but we'll try not to, because it sounds like it hasn't really been much fun down there.
Nah, it's pretty trash. No, that's harsh. The government obviously haven't done us any favours in being able to play the games that we'd like to play, or have the PTs come down to Tassie like we've had in the past. Yeah, so capped at 250 max buy-in with 1 re-entry.
4 cold.
I mean, and I'm guessing given the amount of people that are down there playing poker in Tassie, it probably wouldn't generate large-ish prize pools like what we have here. I mean, well, on average, how many people would you get for a 250 if you had one running in Tassie? Or in Hobart? Or
Yeah, so normally for a series that we run, we can get the numbers like pushing 100.
Okay.
But obviously, single re-entry doesn't really allow for much rebuys or people firing.
Yeah, sure
multiple
thing.
times.
As I'm actually just going to pause quickly and pick up the action. Kale opening the King Queen. Sorry, Matthew Wakeman opening the Jack 10 of clubs from the hijack. Kale electing just a flat from the cutoff. Looks like it's going to open the door for Faraz Ayaz to come along with a 9-7 offsuit from the big blind. 3-way action, 120k out there. Faraz with around 1.3 to 1 SPR. Couple 5s and a 6. 2 diamonds. Faraz with 2 overs and a gut shot. It's actually taken his way up to second in equity behind Kale, whose king high is currently the best hand. And I wonder how these guys are going to approach it. I mean, it's a relatively awkward scenario given just how short Faraz is. You don't really want to reach out and stab out of fear of facing check raise on a board this kind of low and connected, really kind of in the big blind's range, I'd say, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's sort of exactly like you say in their range there. But I think maybe Kale holding the King of Diamonds may allow him to put a little bit of pressure on with a backup there, and the 2 overs, of course.
25.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to bet this and get a fold from Faraz, he's probably going to feel relatively confident playing hands in position against Matthew, and we can see that Matthew doesn't really have a hand to continue. Jack 10, no backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight draw. Probably just going to want to relinquish, though I will say, guys, I'm going to be entirely honest. Guys like Matthew Wakeman and Kale Burns are going to be making decisions that are going to be far above my pay grade. So I'll do my best to kind of break the decision making down, but I'm not going to get it right ever as far as just lets go of the gutter and 2 overs. And Matthew also very quickly getting out of the way. So does that mean you're having to do a fair bit of traveling these days if you want to play any decent poker?
That is, yes, in short. Unfortunately, or, well, no, actually, scratch that. Can we rewind and edit that out?
Sure.
Cool. I said, unfortunately, I've got a son, and that is not what I meant to say. It says, in terms of for playing poker,
Right.
it is difficult to travel with a newborn.
Of
I love
course.
the guy. He's been watching me on stream. I don't think I could have stuffed up any harder. And this is.
It's very live. We're not chopping any of it up. It's out there for the world to hear, but I'm sure
All right.
nobody really
Ramsey,
minds.
when you're listening, when you're 18, I apologize and I love you.
And how old is Ramsey?
He's 1 year and 2 months.
And how's he been since getting up to the Gold Coast? Is it the first major trip?
No,
Major flight for him?
Fortunately, being internationally born, we've been to the UK
Okay,
in
sure.
February. So this is old hat for him.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Matthew with the king 7 of clubs, probably going to be finding an open as Kale looks like he can barely sit still. Is he hoping to get to the bathroom? Is that what the plan is here?
3 raise. 32.
Looks like a fold and a stand up and a look at the clock and away. He's stretching his back, maybe? I don't know. He's going anyway.
He's doing something.
But has Ramsey been all right since he's been here?
Yeah, he's been enjoying the sun because obviously right now in Hobart apparently it's snowing.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, and so yeah, like I said, England in February, into Tassie winter. So we really haven't had much of a summer period. So yeah, no, it's been good to spend a bit of time in the heat.
It's interesting because we've had conversations, and if I'm honest, don't take this the wrong way, I've never really noticed the accent. It's never really been something that's super, come through super clearly.
Is
to
it
me.
Noticeable now?
It's very noticeable
good,
now under
good,
the
good,
mic
good.
and everything else going.
Good.
So how often do you get back to the UK, and when did you move to Australia?
So I try to go back every year or two. Obviously, COVID put a stop to that a little while ago. So I've been back 4 times since then. And moved to Australia about 13 years ago. So based in Melbourne originally, and that's where poker kind of started for me in this sort of guise of my life.
Check.
Yeah, fair enough. As Tino with the ace-9 is going to check it over to Matthew with top pair second kicker. Obviously, we say once again, another board that favours the big blind defender. With low middling cards, always going to be difficult to navigate, but I think Matthew's going to happily reach out and find a continuation bet here.
Yeah, definitely with flopping top pair.
Just wonder how large he's going to go. I don't think he'd want to go much larger than a quarter. Probably something around 22k is going to be nice. But it looks like he might be
feels like a
going,
nice size.
reaching a little bit deeper. Wow, looks like he's going a lot bigger.
That is quite hefty.
His orange is worth 5k each.
80,000.
Wow, he goes
He goes
full
for almost pot.
Wow, this is very interesting from Wakeman. Down goes the ace-9, and 90% pot is not what I expected to see there at all, but it does the job. Keeps him over 400k. Only 2 players sub at 20. Peter with 13 and Faraz with 9.9. So
Have we already commented on the relative stacked nature of this feature table?
yeah, there's quite a lot of chips out there, and there was actually a post that was made on Facebook talking about some of the other stacks that were still in this event. I believe the chip leader at this stage is actually Sam Haddad, or Porps as he's formerly known as. He's got around 1.8 million.
Yeah, wow.
Remain Morvan close behind with 1.75. So a couple of massive stacks out there at this blind level, and I think we're going to see that get even larger as we get from 816 and then up to 1020. I wouldn't be surprised to see some 3 million chip stacks starting to crop up as well. What was the heights of your day? Because I remember you mentioned that you didn't bag all too much, but a bag is a bag, as we say.
Yeah, absolutely. A bag is a bag. So started day 2 with only 73k and had a beautiful run of cards at the right time at the start,
6 fold.
and was able to chip up to about 300 at the early stages. So that was a very important time to get cards right at the start. And as the missus would say, I had a roller coaster of a day where it was, you know, down to 3, up to 5, down to 2,
Yep.
up to 4,
As is
and
standard.
just as it goes. But yeah, no, like I said, this is my first million. Oh, sorry, we'll pause.
Yeah,
We have
Faraz
them all in.
finding the rip for 10 bigs with the king 6 suited. Tino with ace 3, asking for an exact count, as that red chip is causing a little bit of confusion as to exactly how much it is, but it is for 1 chip below 10 blinds. Don't think ace 3 is going to be doing anything, but king jack offsuit may have a little bit of a decision. Obviously, we can see that it is much better than the king 6, but facing a 10 big blind rip is not the easiest call to make when it is for roughly half of your stack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also being small blind with the big blind behind does sort of change dynamics a bit. You don't want to give them the opportunity to come in as well if they are any stronger, which is unlikely, but in this case, as we see, ace 3 only just in front.
8
But
fold.
Yeah, down goes the ace-3, and the king-jack's going to ask for a count. But given the blinds are up to 10k, 20k at the beginning of this hand, this jam is for even fewer bigs. So this is a jam for less than 8,
Yeah,
which
wow.
may make this king-jack feel like almost a mandatory call. I mean, we're going to see what he says, as looks like the stat counts were actually slightly incorrect. It looks like a jam of 171k.
So
So
that makes it a little bit harder because I think what that leaves him with three
Yeah.
and a half big blinds.
yeah, or even a little bit more. It looks like he actually does have over 308. So King Jack, what will the decision be? Looks like they're going into the muck, and Faraz gets away with one there.
That's-
Matt Wingham saying Charlie Hawes in the booth would be elite. I've asked the question of Charlie, and unfortunately for all of us, he has said no. So we're not going to have him in the booth, much to our disappointment. Maybe in the long run we might be able to convince him, but for right now, the answer is unfortunately no. So tell us about the content creator grind. There aren't too many Aussies that are doing the kind of vlog setup. I saw you playing most of today with your GoPro
Yeah.
over your stack. How has that been going?
Well, as mentioned, Baby has hindered.
Sure.
So lack of poker plus Baby equals limited content creation. But when I am filming, I've got a lot of content backed up. So I just need a minute. I can put that together. As mentioned, it is a grind. It's probably more of a grind than the poker. But it's something that is in for the long haul. Same with poker. So they go hand in hand for me. So it's just something I'll work off. And to be honest, most of the reasons I use the video footage is to review hands, and that's come in handy, especially with Nelson and reviewing any hand histories we have. Like, I've got all the information, and to be honest, I'd encourage anyone to film just to see what you do, because you pick up a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
you pick up a
definitely.
lot of things that you wouldn't necessarily notice, and you've got full range of information, so you're not guessing X big blinds versus X stack, or whose action was where. So you're able to capture the full level of what happened. So if you do run it through any solvers, you can get pinpoint accurate information.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure Nelson's doing a fantastic job. How long have you been a part of the Nelson Dong Up the Stakes crew? Were you one of the first
So
kind of...
yeah, I was one of the first
Okay.
cohort when he reached out asking for, I believe it was meant to be 5, but I think we ended up with a few more. And that was perfectly timed for this series because it finished about a week before the series started.
Oh, wow, okay.
I only came up for the second half of the series, but yeah, it started 8 weeks prior to the start of the series. So it was, perfectly timed in for this.
And was that kind of a collective decision as part of the crew? Was that most of them are going to be here for the APL Millie?
We ended up only being 2 cohorts
Okay.
and Nelson.
Right, okay.
So not entirely, it just happened to coincide beautifully for us going, because I think there's a few guys who are sort of cash game grinders, plus we've got some MTTs.
And the vlog side of things, were you from a media background originally? Was it something that you kind of naturally transitioned into, or was it kind of a total step in the deep end?
No, absolutely. So my background is, well, industrial design, but that sort of converted into graphic design. So my familiarity with all the Adobe software. I'm going
just
to make a pause.
Thank you. Was Cooper's jamming King 7 and Peter obviously going to be snapping with Queens. But 24% of the time, Cooper will locate a king and find the elimination. Let's see if this is one of those quarter of the time it will happen. To a flop we go.
It's relatively good odds in this position.
Instead, we find top set. Backdoor clubs do peek their head, getting to fade one on the turn, and that will do it. The running 7-8, of course, going to give Peter the full double, and Cooper slides down to 22 big blinds, but still very, very comfortable off the back of the double he got earlier against Kale Liao. Back to your industrial design.
Sorry. Yeah, so industrial design, that turned into graphic design, and obviously familiarity with all the programs there, Photoshop, Illustrator, the like, and within
Autodesk and stuff like that as well? Or?
I did a bit of that in my
In industrial,
past, but yeah, so it turned into sort of Premiere Pro, After Effects, all of those Photoshops. So yeah, that sort of became a natural evolution. So I've got familiar with all those tools, and filming and doing editing sort of just became a second nature thing. And actually, when I got into poker, it was through podcasts / vlogs anyway.
Yeah,
So
watching the content from the likes of Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen, probably.
exactly, yeah, 100%. So that was sort of, they go hand in hand for me. Like, they're not different things. They kind of, it's poker and content it's the same thing.
Sure. And what led you to... How old were you when you moved from the UK?
I was 21. Yeah, 21.
And what made you pick Tassie?
How much do you want to get into it?
I mean, we can get into it as much as you like to. It's just I've personally never been to Tasmania.
Yeah.
But I've heard amazing things about
It's
it.
a beautiful place. Not enough concrete for my liking.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a city boy.
Right, okay.
So wrong place for me.
So in the UK, from London originally, or
Outside Essex.
just Essex? Okay.
Yeah. If people are familiar with that, then I'm going to get flamed in the chat. But it's all right. I was going to wear my West Ham shirt today, so
Oh,
that probably wouldn't have gone down too well
yeah,
either.
we really wouldn't have. Though I don't really have a leg to stand on. I am a United fan by proxy because my best friend is a Man United supporter. So.
Yeah, but I believe you're just above us in the table.
Well, I mean,
based on
yeah,
alphabet.
just above in the table, but far below insanity, I believe, is what we'll talk about.
We're familiar in
Yes.
the squalor. You've gone from dizzying heights to woeful lows.
Yes.
Anyway,
I
enough
mean, the
of that.
Carabao Cup elimination is... Anyway. Cooper going to raise the ace-10 and take it down. Chip's getting back towards him. As David Bowen, 786. Tino, 857. But Kale way up in front. Almost eclipsing 75 blinds. Happily cruising around 1.482 million.
Very cruisy.
Anyway, back to Tassie.
Back to Tassie. Yeah, so... Yeah, full story was... COVID hit. I was living in Melbourne, so I was in Melbourne for about 10 years.
Okay, sure.
COVID hit. Basically, the reason that Melbourne's good, you couldn't do. So, with my partner at the time, we moved to Tassie, and then 6 months later, she left me.
Yeah, that's quite a bad beat. For lack of a better phrase.
It's pretty rough. And then left me in Tassie when she moved back to Melbourne. So, happy days.
Okay.
Sounds like things have since been on the up and up, though.
Absolutely, yes. Since meeting Amanda, my partner, and obviously having Ramsey, it's looking good.
I'm
7 fold.
going to not...
8 fold.
I'm going to ask where Ramsey kind of came from as far as a name origin.
Oh, that's a great question, and one that I hadn't really thought about answering, but that's great. It's a family name, so my mum's maiden name is Ramsey.
Okay.
So historically, it's quite a Scottish name.
Right.
We keep getting to the deep
Yeah,
stuff.
keep getting into the deep stuff as soon as everybody's waking up with hands. And unfortunately for Matthew Wakeman, he's going to be deep in trouble here. I mean, the ace-10 open for David Bowen. Wakeman obviously with one decision to be made, and that is to request the triangle, and Kale is going to wake up with it. The interesting question he has to ask now is he's asking for a count as basically just a formality that he has to ensure that it doesn't look super strong. Hunt's asking, missed it, who's in the booth with Jordan? Andrew Morley, also known as Four Spades on YouTube. Poker content creator and vlogger. Not so much at the moment, but...
No, we'll get back to that.
Getting back into it,
We'll get
I'm
into
sure.
it.
Kale, obviously, with the ace-king, is asking for the count just to make sure he makes himself not look super-duper strong. And
In your opinion here, what would you say looks weaker?
probably the
call?
rejam looks weaker, and that is what he does. And it's
Yep.
going to be ace-king against ace-queen. Obviously, both of these guys, very capable players. And
Yep.
Wakeman praying to locate a lady.
They do have each other's flush outs, which is good.
Yeah, so let's see what happens as the 10-9-8 adds a jack. 7 of clubs adds more chops. Let's see the river instead. Another 8. GG's in the chat for Matthew Wakeman, eliminated around that 160 mark. As far as payouts go, he's going to be collecting. What did you collect for your payout?
That was 4255.
So around that 4,200 mark
Yep.
is what he will be taking. No doubt a little bit disappointed, but probably just going to head home, reset, and fire the 5K tomorrow. I expect him to be in that one.
Yep,
Anyway, back to
absolutely.
Ramsey.
Sorry. So it's my mum's maiden name. They're Scottish on that side, and it was for us. It was a nice way to pay tribute to my late grandfather, who is on the last of his side of the family.
Sure.
So there was no boys, so it was like another way to continue that name for at least one more generation.
Yeah, because it's not really a name that you kind of hear too much of these days. It's not kind of like a not so much utilized name or a lost name. It's just not really one that you hear.
Yeah,
with
absolutely. It's funny. Most people would say it's like a name that they like. It's unusual, but it's also not totally bizarre out there.
Like the most recent that we've kind of had for Ramsay in pop culture would probably be Ramsay Bolton in the Game
Yeah,
of Thrones.
that's an unfortunate timing because
Yeah.
it kind of feels like, oh, are you massive
Fold. 9
got
fold.
heads? And
40,000.
I'm not. That was a drudge of a show, but
Yeah.
the
Oh,
rest
you
of it-
weren't a fan?
I watched every episode.
You were a fan until the last episode. I'm
I
guessing.
was never a fan. I just watched it.
Oh.
I think it's the same way I hate Harry Potter. I'm going to get absolutely torched here, aren't
You
I?
are.
There's a number of reasons why I hate Harry Potter, but
Vincent raising
always
tens. Cooper folding the king queen. Kale in the small blind with queen 9 offsuit. I don't know if David's going to want to stick around with king 3. As let us know in the chat if you guys also hate Harry Potter, because I am not in that club. I'm a big Harry Potter fan.
you're a pothead.
I wouldn't say I'm a pothead. I wouldn't say I'm a Potterhead either.
Isn't that what they're
I
called?
think they're Potterheads.
Potterheads? That's
Or-
a stupid name.
So what is it that you are a fan of then, if it's not Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, or anything else?
I love Star Wars. I've got a Star Wars
Okay,
tattoo.
fair enough. Yeah, whereabouts? Is it a full sleeve? Or?
Nah, it's just a little
Oh,
Empire
okay.
logo.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
it's pretty sick. So no, sorry, back to Harry Potter. A couple of reasons why I
okay,
dislike it.
sure. Yep, go for it.
One, I auditioned for the role of Harry and didn't get it, so I'm bitter.
What? You really?
Well, yeah, like in the UK, there's a show called Blue Peter, which is like this kid show,
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
and they kind of said like, oh, if you want to, they're making films of Harry Potter. If you want to be in it, chuck in an audition tape. So I did.
And
Bloody Radcliffe got it, didn't he?
did you hear back about the audition tape? Did you hear anything further?
No, I was wank. So
You basically, this is the most British I think this booth has ever been.
it's for the better. I think
We've heard squalor, we've heard, well, wank now, and I don't think we've ever heard those words in here.
that's good.
But that's crazy that you, how many kids in the UK do you reckon auditioned for the role of Harry Potter? Above or below 10,000?
Oh, easily above. Most of us are scrawny, brown-haired white kids.
Yeah, right, okay. I mean, that's a crazy kind of... And Eric is saying, you're mad because you're bad, basically meaning that you're mad because you didn't get the role.
Sure. We'll roll with that. Whatever.
Pudge reckons Harry Potter is Star Wars with different coloured lightsabers.
I mean, I have seen comparisons to that. It's kind of. Yeah. Well, whatever.
And so
Whatever tickles your pickle.
were you raised as a big sci-fi fan? Like,
Or
or was
I
it
mean,
just mainly Star Wars?
it's mainly Star Wars, just because we was poor and that's the only tapes we had.
Yeah, fair enough. When I was a kid, my dad had the original trilogy on VHS as a box set.
That's what we had.
Yeah, classic.
It's so good.
Watch The Empire Strikes Back more times than I can count.
It's the best film.
It is so good. Let us know whether or not you guys prefer Harry Potter or Star Wars. I'm here with Andrew Morley, also known as 4Spades, youtube.com/4Spades. That's 4SP4DES, or is it 4Spades on YouTube?
4 Spades, the word, all together.
Yep.
I need to pick a better username, man.
Nah, I mean,
Whatever.
I mean, it could be Jordan Bromley Poker. That's like,
But at least that's like.
sure, but it's
Yeah.
long and it's obnoxious.
But if you search 4 Spades, a weird little like Vietnamese pop group come up.
Oh.
So I'm not that
Well, there you
yet.
go. Eric hates Star Wars. Eric, have you considered going outside?
Or are you mad because you didn't get the role of an Ewok?
Yeah.
8 fold.
David Saab says, try reading the books instead of just watching the TV series. Game of Thrones was awesome. You a big reader?
I can't read.
Right. Fair enough.
Not because I'm illiterate, just because it's hard work. I like listening. I'm a listening boy.
Podcast fan?
Big podcast,
Okay.
big audiobooks. Audible is my jam.
Yeah, right. Peter with the ace-jack offsuit and the hijack. 20 big blinds to start. Is he going to request the triangle here and just rip it? No, looks like he's going for a raise. Kale with the king-queen offsuit.
And I think that's probably a factor of Kale being so deep. He doesn't really want to.
43,000.
Would,
himself
would,
into
you,
that.
would you rather jam or would you rather raise and face a 3-bet from Kale? I think I'd rather just jam and take his option away.
I mean, that is a good point, but I stand corrected.
Like the man who got knee surgery. Or inserts in his shoes. Stands corrected.
I mean, I'm the dad here, and you're just killing me.
Oh,
man.
trust me. As we actually do see that Kale does put chips in, but by way of call.
And I think this is to your point why you want to stick it in, because then that does eliminate Kale from just flatting here and potentially improving.
A couple of people are saying something. Do you watch Home and Away?
Do I watch Home and Away?
Yeah.
I know where this is going because I've got a funny story.
Because people are saying, I didn't know that John from Home and Away was at this table. So, and somebody else has said, is this the fella from Home and Away?
So there is an Andrew J. Morley.
Oh, okay.
And I am also an Andrew J. Morley.
Oh,
but
right.
I am not that one.
Right, okay.
And I'm not bitter that I'm not in Home and Away.
Right, Ace 7-4, all hearts.
Hearts, yeah.
As Kale has the King of Hearts.
Which is the best heart to have.
So that is a spicy one, Peter. A 70% lock on this hand, but on heart turns could get him into quite a bit of a pickle, as Pudge has to say, nah, he'd be an EastEnders fan.
I mean, Danny Dyer is... I'm a bit of that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a good egg, but it's West Ham again. You can't not. So I'm focused on the poker. You're talking to me about the stuff that I actually have knowledge about. So.
Peter fires in a continuation bet of what looks to be 34,000, going for roughly, oh, not roughly, goes for exactly 1/4 to the exact 1,000.
I don't think we're going to see Kale folding here.
I don't think we're going to see him folding ever. It's just a matter of whether or not he's going to choose to continue by call or if he just wants to raise. I think just calling is the better way to go, because obviously there's going to be aces that are going to play his 3-bet jams, and he does just come along. 204 out there. Stack the pot ratio of 1.5. As we mentioned, fives, the 5 of clubs on the turn. And now Peter has a question as to whether or not we just triple this one into the sun. And I think, given the way Kale plays, it wouldn't be the worst outcome, because if Kale's finding flats with his hands like the King, Queen O's, the King, Jack O's in late position, then if he's weighted more towards these high card with the heart type holdings, then we want to try and get value across multiple streets. Obviously with 204k out there, we can size nicely for the river to get all the chips in. So probably something around that 65,000 is what we'll see. Looks like he just wants to go half pot straight away.
Yeah, a little bit more.
Now Kale with a decision to make. Is he feel like he's getting the odds if all of his flush outs are live? Recognizing that Peter probably very often just has an ace in this spot. People are saying that it must be the twin brother of the man from Home and Away.
No, I wasn't born in this country, but no. He's a little bit more handsome than I.
No, don't sell yourself short.
It depends who you ask, I guess. At least I've got a bit of a beard.
And the call is made from the King Queen. 404,000 out there. Kale, 5 outs to find the best hand. And he does. The 9 of hearts on the river. Easy game if you are the man sitting in the 3rd seat, and Peter has the Jack of Hearts of his own.
Now, I was going to say, on the turn, does having the Jack of Hearts, do you think that helps him in terms of removal for hands that Kale could have?
I mean, yes. To be honest, though...
Or does he think that his hand has now improved?
This type of hand is a little bit outside my realms of expertise. I don't really want to say too much about that. It's not something that I will know exactly, as Peter decides to check it over to Kale. And what would Kale do? And not just what would he do, but what would his bluffs be in this spot? Does he have a hand like 7-8 suited with no heart that gets to the river and now kind of has to try and bluff a hand like Ace Queen offsuit, no heart off of this board? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's very interesting.
Oh dear.
As another face joins the table in that 3rd seat.
And that is another face that I recognize.
As the all-in is requested, and now Peter is in.
And this is a very tricky spot because he did check, which does allow him sort of to hang himself with that rope. But
yeah, look, and the tough thing about this is that anybody else at the table, you probably just side-fold this one. Kale is the
100%.
only player
who you know is capable of
Yeah.
finding these bluffs that we can't even discover ourselves.
Yeah, and like there have been plenty of videos of people breaking down Kale's play on the likes of YouTube channels like Finding Equilibrium and 2-Cut Confidence, breaking down him playing at Triton. So we know that he's capable of having the hands that others would not. And we talk about hands like the unintuitive ones, the unintuitive bluffs. Like what does a hand like 7-6 suited do in this spot? That is one of those hands that may get to the river and recognize that it doesn't have the showdown that it probably needs to be able to check back. Shay Oruji is asking, is jamming turn incorrect with Ace Jack there? Probably for 1.5x pot. I think that would be a pretty big blunder. But now in this river, obviously, when the heart does complete, granted, Kale only had 5 of them he could potentially hit, given the folded cards. What do we do in Peter's shoes? And again, the bluffs that we'd be considering, maybe 8s, no heart. Would he call that twice when he picks up the straight draw on the turn? Against 1/4 half pot, I'm not sure he would. Though I've been wrong before.
Pre-flop, what's he calling off?
Yeah, I mean he has to
Reverse
think
engineering the
that
hand.
maybe some of these offsuit Broadway hands Kale could elect to take as a 3-bet. Like, is he always finding the flat with King Queen at this stack depth? Probably more so than he would 3-bet. I mean, Peter is definitely at a stack size where he could face 4-bet jam from him very often. What do you guys think? What do you think Kale would be bluffing in this spot? And do we think Peter is going to be making the call with this Jack of Hearts? It is quite a disgusting spot. I'm definitely not envious of him being in this position, but in the end, you do have to come up with the bluff combos, and is he able to? I mean, if we do give him the 3 combos of 7-6 suited, the 3 combos of 7-8 suited, there's 6 combos, and given the odds you're getting, I think 6 combos is enough. But easier said than done. Whereas it says never a bluff, always get called by better when bluffing. Yeah,
I think
mean,
it goes back to Kale being the one that's capable of pulling those bluffs.
Yeah.
It's less around exactly what it is and more who the person is in this instance, and knowing that he is very capable.
A couple of people are saying, of course, he will call. Other people saying, I think he calls. Doesn't feel like a hand you can fold against Kale.
We have some interference.
David Saab saying, it's a great bluff by Burns. He has the nut blocker. David, he rivers the flush.
I'm hoping that was a joke.
Yeah, I'm not sure. K-Rub saying he's calling goodbye. Well, he's been in the
been in the tank
blender.
for a while. I can't see this is going to be a 5-minute tank call
I
off.
wonder if this is one of those spots where he's just going to have to kind of flip a coin and be like, well, if anybody in this tournament, you're the one person that could probably have the bluff here. He's got 203k behind. If he folds, he would be left with 10 bigs, which isn't the most positive prospect, but he would still be alive. As if Kale wins this one, he's going to take himself well over the 2.3 million chip mark. So crazy spot relative to the overall tournament, and he ends up letting it go.
That was a great fold.
Nice fold there from Peter.
I think given the dynamic that Kale is capable, it makes it an even better fold in my opinion.
Be very curious. I mean, I'm not sure if I'll ever have the opportunity to chat to Kale. Personally, I've never had a conversation with him. From what I've heard, he's a very nice guy.
I did have the pleasure of sitting on his right yesterday, very briefly.
Did you get the chance to have a chat to him about anything? Or?
He did give me some advice. It was to eat my chicken tenders with a fork
Instead of your fingers.
instead of my fingers, and
Good advice.
I greatly appreciated that because it meant I wasn't rubbing my fingers on my trousers for the next 15 minutes.
Or the chips or the cards.
More importantly.
Yes, far more importantly, I would say. As I would love to hear what he would think that he would have as a bluff in that spot, but might have to get somebody else to see if they can have that conversation with him, because I don't think I've ever actually spoken to him. So
Well, I have one up on you then.
you certainly do. 145 remaining as Felicia is a fresh face stealing the table. Welcome to the table, Felicia. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Some big names at this table. Plenty of interesting poker. Doug Kelly says, that's why I'm watching from home, as most of the people in this chat said that he was going to be calling, but he makes the fold and stays alive. Peter, a very, very competent player in his own right. I mean, I think we had somebody earlier on type in the chat some of the people that were still in this table, and I think Peter has around 650k USD in earnings, so around $1 million Australian. Very confident poker player in his own right. Obviously, Kale with over 22 million in Australian earnings is going to be a little bit in the lead as far as that is concerned, but nonetheless, he's able to keep himself alive and fight on.
So, yeah, during that long hand, we do have Raju, who is well, technically ex-Tasmanian at this point. I believe he's moved to Kenya recently. But he's a player that I'm somewhat familiar with as well, and actually features heavily in some of my content from a few years ago. I'll leave it there for you to discover what I have to say about that.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm being polite.
Right. Fair enough. Let's leave that there. K-Rub says he's better than me. Nice job. Most people would call.
40,000.
As a couple of people are saying, King Raju joins the table in seat 3. Raju Rowe.
6 fold. 7 fold.
That's 40, yeah?
Yes.
It is good advice. Don't get grease on the cards. It's sound, fundamental advice. I once played poker with somebody who managed to eat an entire Parmigiana with a set of chopsticks.
That's impressive.
But not like stabbing, just like holding the... It was crazy. Yeah, I know.
It's something I wish I had seen.
I mean, I distinctly remember it. Amazing poker player as well. No grease on the cards.
Well played.
Kale being the most active player here. So what is next for you in this series? When are you flying back?
Well, we booked a flight for tomorrow.
Okay.
Which was both, I think, tactical on. Let's hope I run well and can cancel that flight.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, what's likely to happen is I will need to get a flight home on Sunday.
Yeah, fair enough. Just give us one moment, guys. Just have a quick word with our production team.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Let us know in the chat who you guys are hoping to see win this one. So tell me, how much poker have you actually played with Mr. Bowen in seat 5?
A lot.
A lot?
A lot. In various guises.
And who do you think has gotten the better side of your interactions on the poker table?
Oh, between us?
Yes, between
specifically?
you.
Oh, it's always him.
Right, okay.
He's one of the best players I know.
It looks like he's doing a pretty good job in this one. 37 bigs, so not quite as comfortable as he was at the beginning, but still cruising along.
No, he's been cruising all day. We get updates periodically throughout the day, so yeah. I do have a small piece of him as well. So
Oh, okay. That's a
yes.
fun sweat.
It is a very fun sweat, especially now
Yeah,
because
definitely.
he's running deep.
Raven Barrow says Bowen for the win. Will be good to face off against him in November when he comes to Albury. Absolutely. Vincent Italiano has any luck, he can win. He's been relatively quiet so far, but maybe this ace-queen of clubs taking as a 3-bet jam, I would assume, going to work out well, as somebody is on the rail and they shouldn't be there, but that's okay. In goes the jam, triangle flung in that direction.
8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold.
Obviously nobody else wanting to call. The king in seat 3 now with a decision to make with the ace-7. I think 18 big blinds is a little bit, or should I say 16 and a half big blinds is a little bit too much to be calling with
definitely.
ace-7 suited. We can see that we are well into the bottom 5% of players remaining. 145 still in. Bailey Jeffries asking who's in the booth with me. Andrew Morley, poker content creator from Tasmania. Hobart, specifically?
Currently based in Hobart, yes.
Currently based in Hobart. Devin Glenn Walker cheering on Dave. React O, not sure what you're saying, my friend, but feel free to type it out again if there's something I missed. So, how long is the flight back? It's only about 2.5 hours or something.
Yeah, it's not that long. It's 2.5. It's
That's
pretty cruisy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought the flights down to Tasmania were like 4 hours from Brisbane.
Would that be the limit for you to not come down?
No.
So
No.
2.5 hours is still too much.
No, 2.5 hours is fine. I don't care about flying. I'm just
Okay.
surprised at how short it was.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah, no, 2.5 hours. Like I said, I haven't been up here before, so I was surprised by that myself. But obviously, to do anything poker related or otherwise, we have to get on a flight to Melbourne at least before we go anywhere. So I'm just glad it wasn't a 36-hour flight as we had in February.
Do you think you'll make your way up to Melbourne for the Aussie Millions in April?
That's been on the discussion. We'll see.
Okay. I'm in a similar we'll see boat.
I
would love to get down. I'd love to be involved as a commentator.
Yeah,
I'm just not
100%.
sure whether or not that's going to be something that's going to eventuate.
Fair enough.
Faraz 8 bigs with the King Jack suited. I think he is going to eventuate his chips into the middle.
I think, yeah.
In
Suited
they
king,
go.
8 big blinds.
Tino with the 7-8 suited. A very pretty hand, but a pretty hand he's going to have to let go facing the rip. See if anybody can wake up with anything in the blinds. Looks like it won't be the case. Peter, obviously with
dominated.
8.2 blinds, not happy, is going to let it go. Lots of fans of David in the chat. Plenty of people. Let us know if you're actually tuning in from Tassie. Bailey Jeffrey says, I know Morley. I'm sad he's out. Yep. What was the bust out hand, actually?
Sure, we can go through that. There was an open from +1. Just a min raise. Button flats. I defend Jack 9-0.
Sure.
At this stage, I think I had 12 big blinds.
Yep.
Flop was 9-3-3. Obviously, first to act. Maybe misstep here. I just decided to jam because I don't think there's a lot of 9s. But
Yeah, fair enough.
King 3 on the button.
Oh,
Decided.
as you do.
Yeah, well, I believe as it transpired, he didn't see the raise
Oh.
and was trying to exploit the button,
Right.
and I got screwed.
Yeah, that doesn't
But I
sound
mean,
too
I
fun.
probably didn't need to jam, but
Probably just play. You could play it as a check raise or a check jam, as we see Cooper here with aces. Oh, Raju, should I say? Sorry, with the
No, we
King
can-
Queen offsuit.
we can go Raj.
Okay, do you know Raj?
Yeah, sorry, I was saying before, he was one of the other people I know from Tassie.
Oh, okay, forgive me. I must have missed that.
That's all good.
As we do see him with the King Queen. Cooper starting this one with 20 big blinds. Do you think Raj ever considers just jamming on him here?
I mean, what are we looking at? It's 29 to 20 bigs. I mean,
I think it could be a
it
consideration.
could. I think it's probably, if you're going to do it, it's the kind of hand that you'd want to do it with, because you do have a lot of those, as we say, blockers to the ace king, ace queens. Kings and queens are obviously removed, but
Looks like he has slid in a 3-bet instead to 175, and this is an interesting amount because he may feel like he's committed now if he faces a jam, but I don't think Cooper is going to jam. I think Cooper is the type of player that with aces,
can just smooth call.
he would just flat and allow the carnage to unfold.
I think in this instance that would be a very astute move.
Looks like he is going to call, and in it goes, and Cooper setting the trap expertly. A 380k out there, 258 behind. Raj going to have to get very lucky. He's only going to be able to 13% of the time.
He has been known to do that, however.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, let's find out. To the flop we go, as that's paint, and that's bad news
That's
for
bad paint.
Raj. Improves himself to 19% from 13. 3 outs to potentially crack these aces. Looks like he's reaching. How large is he firing? Looks
It
like
looks fairly
very.
chunky. I wouldn't be surprised if it was around 160, 180.
All in, and the call is
Oh, there we go.
made, and aces up against the king queen, and Raj needing to locate a king or a queen to eliminate a very, very competent player in Cooper Feltham. Let's see the turn and river. 5 of clubs doesn't change anything. The river is the 4 of diamonds, and Cooper Feltham doubles all the way up to almost 900,000. And Raj is going to be left with sub 10.
I will be perfectly honest. I am surprised that king or queen did not come on the Eternal River.
Is he that kind of Sunrunner?
Yes.
Well, it's time for Cooper to potentially locate a sun run, as he's been showing it down a fair bit. Now he's got a stack to try and actually cook some gravy with, so taking himself up to 45 big blinds.
Did you cook gravy?
You can cook gravy. You can
Okay.
cook, I usually say cook bacon with, but
You just change it up a bit.
I just thought I'd say
Is
something
it a
different.
bit more English.
No, I just forgot which word I was going to say. You know, unlucky for Tassie's best, allegedly. What's about a 3-bet sizing against the 20-ish big blind stack? I think I'd go a little bit smaller than what he did, but the sizing's not too bad. I think he went to 175 for a 40k. I'd probably go to around 130, maybe even 110 at 20, but
Yeah, I think 120 seems about.
Yeah, about 3x is fine. Put on King Doritos table. Do you know who that is?
No.
I don't know who that is, Ryan Austin. I apologize. Tasmaniac in the house. Plenty of people tuning in from Tassie. I didn't realize there were so many people down there.
Yeah, there's a few.
I'm just joking.
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, I won't. Hope you guys are having a fantastic evening on this fine Saturday. Plenty of poker still being played in the background. Pudge says, Jordan, you need to add the inverted commas. I was doing air quotes. You guys just cannot see with no camera.
I can confirm there were quotes off the air.
Thank you very much.
9 fold.
Cooper with the King 5 suited and the cutoff.
1 raise, 40,000. 2 fold. 3
Looks like a raise is made up to 40,000, as I expect the blinds to be increasing relatively soon. Kale with the 8-6 of hearts, obviously going to be at least defending. Never found a hand in the big blind he didn't want to defend, and this is no exception. In it goes. 110k in the middle, and reg wars begin. Queen 3 deuce, though, probably won't allow for many reg wars on a board like this. Cooper with King High is far and away the best hand. Kale, no backdoors, no nothing with 8-6. Expect to see Cooper fire in something like 35k.
1 bet, 28,000.
No, 28. A little bit smaller, and a snap fold is made. Takes
Pretty
himself north of 960 now. Let us know what you guys are up to on this fine Saturday. Let us know if you're watching in the room in the background, if you're currently playing either the rotation event, if you're still in the main, or if you're playing that other event that's happening out there, the monster, the saver, the 350 saver. I believe it's an event where you have a coupon that you can redeem to add on an additional stack or something. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, the second chance.
The second chance. That's
Finisher?
what I. Yep, that's what I meant to say.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
let
one.
us know if you are playing that one. Obviously, we have today's action. We will have tomorrow's action of the main event. And then the final day of play will be on Monday, where we will stop and play our final table. Down to 144 here, as they're still dropping relatively quickly, but I expect things to bottleneck a little bit relatively soon.
Yeah, I'd expect so. Even pre-money, they were dropping pretty quickly. It's been a swift decline of numbers today.
King Jack suited for Peter. 7.7 big blinds. Good luck, sir. Very, very clear jam. Yeah, he does request the triangle. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He made it
good as.
151, leaving himself some behind potentially to try and get himself a ladder. Not sure whether or not that will work out for him, as we can see 144 on the top right, but that number may not be entirely accurate. So it looks like there is a pay jump at 140 to lock yourself up an additional couple of $100. Obviously, all money is important, as nobody waking up with a hand just yet. David in the big blind with 10 deuce is going to be letting this rip go through. Don't think Doyle is going to be peeking his head out here and smiling down from above as this one gets called. She's asking, is Kale chip leading the tournament? He would be close. I know that there were a couple of stacks around that 2 million mark, and Kale is obviously nipping at the heels of them with his stack of 2.2 million. On the break, I will go for a walk, and I will see if I can locate who exactly has any biscuits. Hello Mello says no, chip lead is close to 10 mil. I absolutely positively guarantee you that somebody does not have 10 million.
It'd be very difficult.
If somebody had 10 mil, I would be shocked and appalled.
And that number would be a lot less.
Yep. For reference, 10 million is like, what, 300 stacks? That's,
What did we start with,
that's
30K?
almost a final table stack with
Yeah.
144 people left. Somebody's got 10 mil. I need somebody to update me on the absurd cooler that happened at the outer table. Yeah, that would be 500 bigs. I doubt it.
Yeah, just a full table just gets bust.
Yeah.
Everybody all in.
Yeah,
One person's
a full table of 50 big blind stacks gets stacked. I doubt it. Farah's wondering whether or not he should be ripping in this ace-3 from gun. Looks like no. And I tend to agree.
Ace-3 versus Ace-3 suited. I think Ace-3 suited has a little bit more, but I think gun is probably not the place to be doing it, especially with everyone behind him clearly in this instance.
Yeah, and Peter with the Queen 10 offsuit, maybe considering running it for his 10 bigs from the hijack, and we can see that King Raj is going to have something to say about it. He is covered in this instance, but Ace-King is far too much hand to be folding. It's actually looking pretty good for Peter. 2 aces are going to be folded. As the rejam comes out, down goes the Ace-8, the King-8, going to go down as well. Eventually, Mr. Bowen. Clock. Thank you.
I think he just wants to get Raj out if he can as well.
Yeah, as we are going to get the cards on their back. Peter almost flipping with Queen 10 offsuit here against Ace.
Pretty good odds.
Given the cards that were folded.
I believe there was an ace and a queen folded.
There was 2 aces folded.
There was 2 aces.
Yeah,
oh,
and a king.
absolutely, yeah.
So plenty of outs folded.
good
If he
for Peter.
improves, he's going to be in good shape, and he isn't able to just yet. Needs to locate one of 6 outs. Not that one. Needs a queen or a 10 on the river. Hello
There
there.
it is.
River card goes bink as we say GG's to Raju Rowe, fellow member of the Tasmanian contingent, heading to the payout desk.
Farewell.
Auf Wiedersehen. Dave Backhouse saying, watching from Perth, wish I was playing. Me too. I wish I was playing. I wish you were playing. I wish everybody was playing. Really. So I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. If you are watching on Facebook, make sure you like the video and like the Australian Poker League chat. Oh, sorry, like the Australian Poker League page. If you're watching on YouTube, firstly, if you're watching from YouTube, not from Australia, let us know where you're tuning in from. Really excited to find out the fresh faces that are going to be joining these streams from now on and whereabouts you're watching from. Like the video as well. And if you're watching on Twitch, hi there. We haven't forgotten about you. Make sure you follow Play APL on Twitch. We bring you coverage of every APL PT that APL does, and that is usually going to be once a month. Make sure you don't miss out. Hit that bell so you get notified whenever we go live. Question, which was, when is the next stream break? I think in 8 minutes, but I'm not entirely certain. Going to have to see. Very sick river, yeah, unlucky Raj. As I will let you guys know that as soon as this all happens, we will get a fresh face, a fresh collection of faces, should I say, on this stream table. Always trying to swap this out in every interval, so we'll see how it goes. Tyrone's asking, is Corey playing? I believe Corey van Jaarsveld is still in this tournament.
Believe so, yeah.
But I'll go and have a check on the break. I'll do a bit of a scouting job and see if I can locate who, how, what, where, and why everybody is going in this tournament. Give you guys a bit of an update on the large stacks, the short stacks, the cool names, the annoying folk that are out there. Nikki Pickering being one of them. No doubt she'll have updates for us coming up soon. Unless she's gone home, in which case, Nikki, do some work. Rachel's watching from Facebook in Westgate, Auckland, New Zealand. Thanks for tuning in. Eric's saying Corey had over 1 million around 3 minutes ago. Let's go, CVJ. Good luck, my friend. Not getting any updates from anybody, so I'm a bit sad.
Oh.
Nobody's telling me what's going on. There we go. Big double before the break for Corey. 1.15 million at 12.24. 122 remaining. 830 average. So we're going to be heading on a break in roughly 6 minutes time, guys. Just a couple more hands. But don't worry. We'll make sure the fun times keep going. Kale the Yow with 9s is going to put it in for 15 blinds. In goes the request of the triangle, as it looks like Keo in the background and the yellow bucket hat is at the payout desk. GG's, sir. Kerry wants to know if Troy Sweet is still in. I do not know, I'm sorry. We don't have a list of all the players, but when I'm out there on the break, I'll run around and I'll see if I can find out whether or not he is still in. Fan favorite.
Could say a sweetheart.
Tino
Just
with,
ignoring that. Okay.
yeah, I don't know. It's trust me, the Sweet Boys have been on the stream table that many times that we've made every confectionery joke you could possibly hope for.
Well, we actually call them sweets in England, not lollies.
I know.
So there's that.
Pooch is asking who busted him. Raju lost a massive pot against Cooper. His King Queen, no match for the aces on a Queen Jack 3 board. John Park's asking, did anybody in the chat play the main event? Let us know in the chat if you fired the main event. Andrew, with me here, did fire it. Obviously eliminated in 163rd.
163rd, correct, yes.
For 4225.
4255.
Damn, I tried.
That's very close.
Ekwai is asking, is Didier still in? I believe Dids is still in somewhere, but again, I will go and check on the break and give you guys all the updates on everybody that I possibly can. Hope you guys have enjoyed listening to Mr. Morley in the chat. 4 Spades on Instagram and YouTube. That's 4 Spades as in 4SP4DES on Instagram.
Correct.
Go and check out his content. Plenty of updates from the entirety of the APL Million and every event that he fired from the second half of the series, I believe.
Absolutely.
Go and give him a follow. David Bowen, a fellow Tasmaniac with the Ace Jack, is going to locate a raise to 40,000.
6-4.
John Park says, I fired yesterday, lost 100k stack at 1k, 2k blinds. Was tired and played like a muppet. All of us do that, mate. That's all part of poker. Oliver Corey says, Jack Sweet just made the FT of a $20 GG hyper, so no, he's not still on the main. No, but Troy is. So the funny thing with twins is that there's 2 of them. Benvolio Montague said, played the main, got smacked in the face with the APL flu, currently recovering. It's so nasty. You've managed to dodge it, haven't you?
Well, I don't think I brought it with me, but I definitely came to the series under the weather.
Okay.
Not with flu, just other things.
So you know how planes generally fly over weather and then they land under them?
Yep.
So you would have landed under the weather regardless.
That is true.
Yeah.
All right, it's an
Meteorology
expression.
joke for you.
I like it. It's a big anti-cyclone. It doesn't even work.
Peter with the ace-9, just deciding to fold it from gun. Beach me. Had 3 vouchers for the main. Use 1, bombed out. That converted the other 2 to 3k PTCs to play for free for the rest of the year. I love that.
That's pretty bold.
Good shout. I mean, you could have gotten us to 33.77, so greedy of you, but understandable. Have a nice day. LM says, where's the Van Cleef bracelets? Jesus. I mean, if I had Van Cleef bracelets, you reckon I'd be doing commentary?
Fair.
Adnan Oda says they should put a link, whoever go out, the name goes in the link like King's Room. Yep, don't worry, there's a few plans that we've got for next year. Hopefully we can figure them out as Faraz has figured his chips into the middle. Pocket 6 is good enough for 8 blinds. Tino letting go of the King 8. Likewise, the Jack 3. Can Cooper wake up with anything? Nothing but
Not
the 8
enough.
for suited. That is a very nice watch, my friend. Is that a Cartier Santos?
Why, yes, it is.
Very, very nice.
Well, it's kind of nice timing of you, because I was thinking there was a couple of little segments that I was thinking about introducing if I ever came back into the booth.
Sure.
one of which being poker players tend to do quite well financially.
Yes,
On
sure.
occasion.
Of course.
Rack of orange, please.
That being the case, they like to splurge on certain items of jewelry.
Yes,
Watches
definitely.
being one of them.
Yes.
So I was wondering if we could have a watch.
A watch.
A watch.
Well, there are a few that are definitely out there. I know the likes of Ehsan Amiri loves a watch. He was wearing a Cartier Santos of his own.
Beautiful.
I think it was a Skelly, actually. So I think it
Even
was
more beautiful
I think it
and
was a
even
skeleton.
more
Obviously, the likes of Malcolm Trainer has a lovely Audemars Piguet that he picked up
I've
just
seen
after.
a couple of those rocking around this venue.
I'm seeing a couple of Rolexes here and there, a couple of Hulks, a couple of Kermits. I think there is a bluesy somewhere in the room, but I don't want to, specify as to whether or not. There's a few nice pieces out there.
Yes,
Just going to have to
absolutely.
keep you in mind, but yeah, I'm a big fan of that one. Looks very nice.
The watch.
The watch. Let us know if you guys like watches and which your favorite brand is.
Because I did hear you
5 rings.
comment on my
1,000.
moon swatch the other day.
Yes, I'm a big watch guy. Is David with the Ace 10 offsuit, raising to 40,000. Tino in the cutoff with the Ace King, as people are getting to start looking at the clock, wondering whether or not it's time for a break. As Tino just says,
Just
"Good
get
luck,
a rip
guys.
with the-
Cop this."
How many blinds are we talking?
Kale chips.
How does all in sound? It sounds relatively good for him, and it looks like
35 bigs. No more. 36.
Slide them to the box. Look at them.
36k, and it's going to be easy as that. As it looks like Cooper Hassan is that Cooper
I don't
Hassan
want to say anything that's
joining us at the table?
That's all right.
an action pending.
Joins the table just as we're about to break.
Yeah, I think we're about to head on a break in about 2 minutes as he wraps himself up.
Pardon?
Let us know your favorite watch brand.
Yeah.
What would you say your favourite brand is?
I mean, personally, the two watches that I would probably buy if I ever had the opportunity to buy them at any point in time, I'll give you one that's actually somewhat reasonable and one that's absolutely obscene. Well, the obscene one would be a Cartier Crash,
Okay,
which,
fair.
I mean, good luck.
Yep, well done.
Good luck to me. I'm a big fan of the PRXs, if I'm honest.
Okay.
I like the PRXs.
nice-
I've seen
that's a
I've
nice
seen a
choice.
few PRXs looking around the room. A good friend of mine, Aiden Hildebrandt, got the carbon fiber one,
Yeah.
which is just I
Beautiful.
love it. I'm a really, really big fan. I also really like some of the. My father is a big Formula One fan.
Oh,
and
okay, yeah.
The square tag Hoya Monacos
This,
are
yeah, the classic.
they've kind of got
F1.
a bit of a historical kind of significance to me, so
Yeah, fair play.
that wouldn't be too bad. And but I've always said that if I was ever going to get one, I'd get something that was relatively kind of simple. And if I had the money and I wanted to get something that was nice, I'd probably go the route of a Patek Aquanaut or a Patek Calatrava. But
Yeah,
obviously, I don't have
that.
20 million to my name to be
No,
able to.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
one
can
day
always
I'll
dream.
be able to get myself a Calatrava or an Aquanaut. But we see David opening the Ace 5 suited, Vincent 20 blinds and Ace King suited.
And Vincent has been fairly stoic at this stage, so
Yeah.
I think that's not really going to be a signal for Bowen to want to call this easily.
Yeah, he does fire it in, and nobody's waking up with anything just yet. And looks like Naj and a couple of other people are being told to get out of here.
3 calls.
Apparently, LM sells watches. Beat of the series all week was on the feature in the Jackstar. Fair enough. Pudge says getting the Cartier Crash would require you to win a couple of these tournaments. Yeah, I mean,
That's-
price of those have been going absolutely insane.
So I'd say similar to you with if I were to get a piece that was a bit out there. I don't think they actually make them anymore. It's just the standard Patek.
Yeah, no, the Nautilus.
The Nautilus.
No, they no longer make them. They
But
make
they
the
said-
Cubitus now,
Which is
which is a discount Crash in the opposite direction.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Cubitus.
No, I don't like it. So if I was to get a Nautilus, it would have to be.
One of the old ones.
One of
So
the old ones?
5711. Yep.
But that's my sort of that's your Grail piece.
I like the 5712s as well. The 5712 1Rs. They were nice. I like the color of them, and I like the additional pieces on the face. But
Yeah.
obviously, we're talking about multiple hundreds of thousands of
Yeah,
dollars.
we're not
so-
talking real. we're dreaming as much as I was winning this tournament.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you had a shot.
I had a shot.
You were dreaming as much as I was. winning
Yeah,
this
okay,
tournament.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Collectively.
127 players remaining, as you can see in the top right.
5 fold.
As we are still going here.
6 fold. 7 fold.
Tino with the Jack 10 suited.
8 raise. 50,000.
Finds the open.
9 fold. 1 fold.
LM says 5712 is fire. Yeah, 5712 is absolutely stunning. I like some of the APs. I mean, there's a friend of mine that has a. I always forget the name of this bloody AP, but it is like a. I'll remember the name. I'll have to remember the name of it, but it's a Star Wheel, the Audemars Piguet Star Wheel.
Oh, was that the flying tourbillon?
No. I'll try and find a picture of it. Kale here with the Jack 6 offsuit. I mean, we've seen him defend very wide, but I don't know whether or not this is going to be wide.
This is on the wider side, I think, especially from the open from Tino.
Lucky chips here.
Lucky chips. 2 in a row.
This one.
Felt like you had something good there. Felt
Just
like,
to let you know, guys, we are going to swap this table out. with
Oh,
table
yes.
10.
No, I have seen that one. Fantastic.
felt like you lucked them in.
Wonderful radio.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just like
That was a beautiful watch that I was just shown.
table
So
10, same seats.
for you listening at home.
As you just heard the tournament director there, we are going to be heading off of this table, so we will get you guys some fresh faces, as we have a couple of people in the chat that are chatting about the watches that they like. Raymond's worn his Seiko for about 20 years. Crashed ice out. No, God, no. I would never ice out a crash ever.
Don't ice out watches.
Don't ice out anything, please.
You drill holes into watches and put inferior diamonds into them. It is a way to devalue a piece of art.
Yeah. Casio Digital. I'm a big fan of those. I have
couple
a...
of Casios, a couple of G-Shocks.
Yep. Buddy reckons an Omega because of James Bond.
Good shout.
Fair enough. Shane Howlett says, I've got a Pepsi and an IWC Big Pilot. I like the Big Pilots. They're pretty full-on dials, but I'm a big fan. Or full-on faces, should I say. Getting the Cartier... yeah, we already went over that. David saying, thanks for commentating. Bye. We're not gone yet. Don't worry.
We're still here.
But I hope you're having a good night if you are heading off somewhere.
Maximum respect.
As it looks like these guys are standing up. Which means that maybe we are heading off as far as goes for a jam here with the King Queen. David, King 7 offsuit, probably ensuring that we get to the break, as King 7 is definitely not going to be putting in the call.
I wouldn't expect so.
Budge has the calculator watch, which is the Casio
5 fold.
Oh, I can't remember
like
the numbers.
5911. I can't remember exactly. As it looks like with this,
We
we
are on the
are
break.
going to head on a 15-minute break, guys. Thank you so much, Andrew, for joining me. Not sure
Thank
if
you,
we'll have
Jordan.
you for the next little bit. But
I may go home as I probably need to attend to my son.
all right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for being here. I
No,
hope
thank you for
enjoyed
having me. It was a
being
pleasure.
in comps. And we'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Don't go too far. Oh, get some water. Stay hydrated. It's important.
You know King 6 before. When I looked at the King.
That was on the button.
Yeah, it was, correct.
I had King Queen of Hearts.
Nice.
You can verify this stream.
Nice.
I've got 8-9 bigs though. King Queen of
Yeah,
Hearts is
yeah,
good enough.
yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck out there on the normal
Thank you.
tables.
You were saying something. Sorry, I had my headphones on. I couldn't hear you.
I had to check one of your cards, so I
like 9, then you're like, it's like 30 games, 29, finishing 9. At like 3,000. It's actually, it makes sense. It makes no sense.
Seed 84. Five.
How we all start okay, but these other people, right?
50 cards.
How much? 15. 50. Raise seed 1. Raise 50. C3 raise 150,000. C4 fold, C5 6, C6 C7 fold, C6 fold, C7 fold. C3 raise 150,000. Yes.
Picking up the action here. Looks like Ben opened to 50k with the pocket nines. Really locating the 3-bet from the hijack to 150. A little bit of a larger 3-bet than what I would expected. He goes a clean 3x in position. And Ben lets go of the pocket nines. And what do you think about that? This is a Travis T.
All I can think is that's the best mustache I've seen all day. Sorry, Jordan.
You guys asked. We have officially answered. Travis Endersby is in the booth with me, here to chat some stuff for a little bit. We're probably going to reach out to a couple other people to see if there's anybody else that we would like to get in the booth. Is there anybody that is immediately coming to mind, or do you want to keep it a secret?
Oh, we might keep that a real tight secret for now.
All right, fantastic. If you guys have any questions for the man rocking the ACR Poker hoodie, currently in this room, also rocking a Raiders cap. That's interesting.
Yeah, go Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, fair enough. This is a Travis T on Twitch. Are you streaming anywhere else? Stream on YouTube? Do you upload to YouTube at all?
I tried that at one point. They've seemed like they've kind of cracked down a little bit on various gambling things. So yeah, it's mostly just Twitch these days, and put a little bit of content out there on Instagram for people to have a look at if they want.
Yeah, fantastic. And what frequency are you kind of streaming on Twitch these days?
Very sporadically. It used to be, 160 hours a month and pretty regularly, but it's just whenever I'm not on the road these days. So
160 hours a month sounds like a contractual obligation. Do I have that right?
once upon a time it was.
Right.
I think I might be required to do 80 or something these days.
Right, okay. Pocket 10s for Armon, the best biceps in the game. Locating the potential jam here, I would think, and 6.5 bigs effective blind v blind. 7-8 suited doesn't actually look too bad.
Yeah, I don't know if Amon's really going to ever look to induce here. It's just get it in.
And looks like that is what he does. Now, last time you and I had a conversation about a hand history breakdown, you were useless. So hopefully you can do a little bit better. A little bit better this time.
At least I don't have to remember it now. We can just look at it as it
happens. Yeah. So for those of you who aren't sure, we did some content where I got Travis to wear those meta glasses at a table, hoping to try and get him playing a hand and then getting him to break down his thought process afterwards. Instead, he didn't play the hand. He watched a hand happen and then tried to give the breakdown afterwards, in which it was some of the most mind-bogglingly silly things I've ever heard somebody speak about a hand. Oh, yes, the turn is a total brick. In actuality, the turn was an ace, which gave somebody a full house and brought it back to an
It was the card.
It was the card. So, yes, this is Trav. Those of you who are probably aware, Trav is a bit of a mainstay in the Australian poker circuit, not only playing all the series in Australia, playing overseas. You're recently at the World Series of Poker, had the opportunity to play at Triton, making a final table in the 30k mystery bounty, is that correct?
30k 7 max.
7 max, that's right, yeah. So he's definitely been there, done that. As far as poker goes, we had Dean in here for many portions of the last couple of streams and had a lot of very, very kind things to say about you. How much are you paying him?
And whatever it takes. Someone's got to put some good media out there.
Definitely a question I want to ask you a bit about later because he had your name in a very select group of people, and we'll ask you about that a little bit later on as we get the viewer count up a little bit. Ben Miller opening the ace-3 suited here from under the gun off of 50 bigs. As looking around this table, there are some pretty recognisable names. I mean, Armand van Wyk, just one of them, Adam Thagard, Lachlan Crilly, Ben Miller, Patrick So some names in here that definitely have some battling in them. We'll see whether or not that is what's going to be eventuating here at this table. Over to the 7-8 suited in the big blind. Feels like a very mandatory defend off of stack depths like this. Let's see what eventuates.
You might even see a bit of action from my friend Andrian Chin here. We used to do a lot of battling back in Perth back in the day, so he might be a name that the East Coast doesn't know as well, but he can definitely get in there and mix it up.
Looks like these guys are going to want to mix it up on a 7-7 deuce board. Backdoor nut flush draw for Ben, but 6% is not much against the flop trips of Patrick So, who checks the action over. Check, it goes, and that King of Hearts.
Ooh,
Spiciness afoot. How do you reckon you see this one playing out?
Ooh, I think we might get a little... I really do like the check there the second time. You don't want to get blown off a flush draw, but at this point he hasn't shown you that he loves his hand. So
yeah, I think even if you do get check raised on this turn, you're still going to want to continue.
Yep.
And at the depth that you're at, even if you get check raised to something like 160k, you're probably going to want to continue almost all the time with this nut flush draw.
Yeah, exactly.
We can see Ben with 6 outs. The 9 of Hearts is obviously grayed out, given it was folded by somebody else pre-flop. So it looks like we are going to see a check raise to 130. So around 3.3x. What do you think of this size? A little bit on the smaller side, maybe. Double flush draw,
Yeah,
of course,
double flush board. You're sometimes going to want to get it a bit bigger. He might just think he's got his guy drawing dead pretty often. Not this time.
Basically a snap call from Ben to a river we go. The 8 of Hearts would be a disaster. Instead, board pairing.
Ooh.
Double board pair now, running King with the King of Spades appearing out there. And what does Patrick do now? I mean, these paired boards are so awkward to navigate on rivers. What are you trying to get value from as he tries to check?
I don't entirely mind it if you've got a guy that's going to have a couple of flush draws and just going to blast away at you when you know you've got that kind of a player.
And I think in the occasion that Ben was chilling there with maybe the Jack 9 of Hearts or the Queen Jack of Hearts, maybe we would have seen a blast off, but unfortunately for Patrick there, the Ace High happily going to be showing down.
Massive showdown value, yep.
Jeff Milner saying Travis Endersby is a legend on and off the felt. Very much echoing the sentiment we heard from Dean yesterday.
Cheers, Jeff.
If you guys have any questions for the man in here, please feel free to send them through. We have Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch all open. We've got all of them here able to be read, readily available. And is there somebody else that you're messaging about potentially trying to get in here? Have we had any responses?
I tell you what, all my degenerate friends are probably going to start messaging me soon.
I mean, there's no better time for it, right? Saturday night, late night degeneracy is the only way to go about it, really.
Actually, most of my friends are out there degenning in whatever's available to them right now. Either trying to get their way into that 5K or already still hoping to win the main event, which I decided an hour or two ago to stop trying to win the main event.
As it sounds like we are joined by nobody. Somebody is dropping keys off here.
All right, we've already seen some hands here. We have Ace Queen open up. We have an Ace Jack offsuit flat in here.
I thought we were going to be joined, but in actuality, I was just having the car keys dropped off. As the 5K said he got 16 seats, I think, which is ridiculous.
That's going to be great. That'll be a great event.
Queen 154 is Andrian locates top pair in the best hand. 97% is quite a lot. Fires in a continuation bet. Irene, not loving this prospect.
Definitely fortunate that Andrian hit that card and not his other card.
Amanda Star Pike says, yeah, the Travis Endersby. Absolutely, yeah. So what's the year been like? I mean, we last time we spoke was last year. I think APL Million. We had the opportunity. You came in the booth once or twice, and this year, obviously, you went over to Vegas. How was that trip?
So Vegas was pretty good. I had a bit of a weird experience. I got like some vertigo while I was over there. So I had a couple of weeks of basically being stuck in my room and feeling drunk for a couple of weeks without being drunk in Vegas. So not optimal, but Vegas is still awesome though. Like the experience of Vegas is awesome. So
Were you over there by yourself, or were you with a crew of people? Or
I was over there by myself, but then there's always a massive crew around you. Anytime you want to reach out and go out anywhere, someone's always pretty keen. And
Sure.
then had the family for the last 2 weeks as well, so that was pretty nice.
Oh, fair enough. And were you there for the entirety of the series, the entire kind of 8-week stint, or?
Pretty close. I think I had about 7 weeks, so it would be just the
Wow.
first week I missed. So,
And yeah, what portion of it was affected by the vertigo?
ooh, it was about week 2 to 4, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, that would have been so frustrating when you're over there.
Yeah, so basically, I'd just have to see how I was at the end of the day, and if I felt all right, I'd max late reg something, and if I went out to get up and everything was moving, I would just basically lie back down. And
Yeah.
that'll be
sucks.
it.
Ben jamming the 7s from the small blind, covering Irene, and I don't think Irene is going to be folding ace-queen suited as she does put it in, going to be at risk, and we can see that given the way things are looking, I mean, she seems to be an overwhelming favorite here. These folded cards, very unique. Looks like both 7s are folded, and none of the aces or queens have been, so looks like she is in good shape. Jack 4 deuce is not going to help as of yet. 10 of spades adds more outs. Needs any king, queen, or ace. Instead, the Jack of hearts on the river as we say GG to Irene Holtzman. Unable to improve. And what about in Australia this year? Any most of the big series you usually try and go to. Did you get the chance to play anything in Asia towards the end of last year as well after the Million?
Oh, I definitely had a Cambodia trip at one point, which, was pretty successful. Had a few final table runs in that. And had a Vietnam trip, which was very strange. Went to Haiphong. The last day, they ran a bounty tournament, and people got put in jail and things were seized, and basically...
Oh, you were there for that series?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
wow.
didn't receive funds for a few months, but
Oh,
it
no.
eventually came back to me.
Okay, I'm glad that worked out. That's
Yeah,
a
so
disaster.
that was a bit of a wild experience, but the poker itself is amazing in Asia. Like, the vibe is pretty cool. Everyone's having a lot of fun.
Yeah,
It's just a little bit dicey dealing with your money in and out and that sort of thing, I guess.
sure.
So,
You still rocking the ACR poker hoodie? You still affiliated with ACR?
yeah, so that's going on nearly 5 years now, I
Wow.
think, they've been sponsoring. So, yeah, definitely much appreciated. They've given me some crazy opportunities in my life, so it's going well.
Anything eventuating from that soon? Any more opportunities potentially coming up? I mean, obviously, Nagy's kind of getting himself out there a little bit more publicly as a persona these days, so
Yeah.
ACR is trying to kind of expand its brand. How's that looking for you?
Yeah, so there's nothing too much going on, but they're definitely trying to have a bit of a presence with like the Battle of Malta and things like that. So a few series that would open up a few new places for me. So that one I might skip, but yeah, as they start to break into a few new European scenes, I might find my way over there.
Fantastic. As we see Harry deciding to zip in the 7-6 for 203k. This is a touch over 7 big blinds. Patrick, obviously waking up with Ace King, is going to be putting a substantial amount of his stack in here, trying to isolate this rip.
Yeah, we sometimes might want to lean more towards some bigger cards than the suited connectors in these kind of spots, I guess.
Even for 7.
Yeah, I'm such a nit myself though, and really the pay is fairly flat for a long
It's
time.
so flat
so it's
until-
probably pretty good.
Like, it's not even until like 21st where you start seeing payouts in the 20k range.
Yeah.
Looks like we are just going to see a call from Patrick, hoping that somebody wakes up with some
Ooh.
craziness behind. And Crilly with ace 10, nah, not even a consideration. The man with the moustache instantly letting it go with that one. And Harry is not actually doing too bad, 41%. Definitely
yeah.
better than he'd hoped. This is probably a best case scenario. He's not running into an overpair. Let's see all 5 and see if Harry can win this one. Adds a gut shot, any
Ooh.
8, 7, or 6 on the turn. 10, no help, needs one of those cards. Instead, the 4 of diamonds spells GG. Ace King
Unlucky,
holds
mate.
up, and yet another player eliminated as they keep falling like flies. How many of the Perth contingent managed to spin this one up? Are there still any guys from WA in this event?
Yeah, I just had a look. Alex Marbeck might be at least very close to the chip leader, if not the chip leader. He
Oh,
had
wow.
a good couple of million, so
Okay.
maybe 2.5 thereabouts.
I can guarantee that there is a player that I am awaiting confirmation as to a name that has 2.75.
Wow. Yep.
So, and if I'm honest, the chips are being stacked in tens,
Oh,
and seems like it might be a bit of an anomaly, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's a very, very good opportunity for the gentleman. He looks like he's having a blast out there. So
excellent.
that's what we love to see in this one. But there's obviously some crushes. I mean, we had Kale Burns at the feature table for a large portion of the
Yep.
entirety of the last couple of levels. Get this. There was a table, the feature table, seats 1 to 4 in order were Feltham, Peter Orr, Matt Wakeman, and then Kale Burns.
Yeah.
How's that for a table to draw in the APL
In
Million?
the APL Millions, you'd feel a little bit sad if that was your table.
You'd feel sad about that in a 10K.
Yeah.
Like you like that's yeah.
You'd at least be learning a few things along the way.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I felt
great learning
I
experience.
felt like it was outside of my depth to be commentating on some of the hands. I was like, look, here's what I think about it, but something completely different happened. For example, Wakeman opened off of 30 from cutoff, big blind defended. Saw a flop as 7-5-4 with 2 hearts. He had King 7 of clubs, 7-5-4 spade heart heart. Big blind checks. He bets 90% pot. I'm just sitting here going, oh, okay. I don't know what I'm talking about, I guess. King 9 for Andrian.
All in.
Kenny Barrett's going to jam King 9 from the big blind against his button open. The count is requested. And this is kind of annoying for Andrian because this will be for half of his stack. I wonder how we are going to see him proceed. Travis is desperately...
I'm looking how many big blinds are there. So 10 big blind jam, that's, yeah.
That's awkward to say
That's
the
very
least.
awkward.
It's such an awkward size to have to face, right?
Yeah, you could definitely understand letting that go versus a player you might not know in this field. I'd imagine some people are very, very tight with their shoving ranges, so...
Do you guys have any questions for Travis? Send them through. Questions about poker, questions about life, questions about anything you really want to. What are you looking for? What have you lost? Oh, phone.
Just seeing if we've got any messages here.
Anybody keen to come in for a chat? And obviously, did you manage to make the money in this one? I remember seeing you still
I
in.
did make the money. We're in the 100 and somethings, which
Okay.
are, you know,
Take it.
not bad, but also
Did we lose a big one?
just 9s versus Ace King for a bunch of chips.
That'll
You
do
know,
it. Yeah.
We got it in there.
What would you have had if you won that one?
More money. I think it would have only been about 450k or something anyway. But
Okay. I mean, yeah. Still, it's an annoying one to lose.
yeah, it was significant.
Curly with 8's getting a look at the players in the blinds to see whether or not he could be doing any ripping. No. Thagard.
Raise 48,000.
Thagard with 35 blinds, which is basically neck and neck with Curly. King 10 for Kenny. As he just jammed King 9 offsuit. He's got King 10. Are we going to see a repeat here?
This is the thing when you come onto the feature table, you've got a little bit of time until everyone is onto your game, so it's
Yeah.
interesting.
I'm glad that Armon is wearing a singlet that's a little bit wider across the middle. We're not seeing any more nipple action.
Seriously, could have lost the Twitch license over that one.
Honestly, I was worried. I thought we were going to get banned on Facebook Live. I thought we were going to have to deal with, the censoring committee.
You can just claim it was like an undershirt that kind of looked like he had his nipples showing.
Now, tell me, a conversation that I've had with a couple of guys that have been Perth mainstays or guys in WA is the poker scene over there. You
Yep.
want to tell us a little bit about what's going on and potentially what isn't going on? I mean,
It's more about what isn't going on, I think,
Yeah.
is the biggest thing. We've got Crown has their 100-year monopoly, and they really don't want to give it up, and yet they don't want to run tournaments. They're running one a month now, which is at least something.
is there something to do with the legislation over there, though?
Yeah, so basically I think because of this 100-year monopoly, we have restrictions on pub games where they can't exceed 50k in the prize pool. So if we were to run a 2.7k, we'd basically be capped at 20 entries.
Yeah, okay.
with a 50k prize pool and a small amount of rake to the provider of the game, and an associated charity gets money as well, which is at least pretty cool. But yeah, there's serious restrictions on any kind of big game ever happening or being able to get APL over there for the bigger series. So Clint's running APL over there, and we can run the small games, but then obviously if we were to try and get a big series there, like if we had a series like this in WA, it would be enormous.
Yeah.
And yet we just can't do that because of the legislation. So
That's ridiculous. But I understand, as we see Armon actually facing this gunner with Ace 4 offsuit, this is outside my pay grade. I think this is a you type moment because I'm really, really poor when it comes to these sub 10 big blind decisions. And
Yep.
I never know what to do with a hand like Ace 4 offsuit here in the big facing under the gun.
under the gun is really tricky. But he is a very, very wide under the gun, I guess. But yeah, I must admit I don't even know what to do.
Looks like Armon is not certain either, giving this one quite a bit of consideration. I mean, Armon, very, very competent poker player. Looks like he believes defend is the way to go. Slides it in, gets himself down to 143k,
I mean, if you
good
think
for
about
6 bigs.
Yeah, if you think about the super juicy price you get, I mean, if you hit a pair, you're just kind of forced to be in. You get your gut shots, things like that. You're likely to be forced to be in as well. So
King 8-5 doesn't connect with him at all. I mean, he does have that 4 of diamonds, but at this SPR, he's not going to have the opportunity to realize it. I wonder if
Yep.
Patrick is going to just jam this flop with his pair of 8s, or if he chooses to potentially bet something smaller to induce floats. I don't know. It's very awkward at this stack depth.
I would probably just bet small.
35,000.
Basically set up the same percentage this and the next street, and you know, you don't have to do the next street.
Graham George asking what the biggest chip stack is. I believe I saw a 2.7 million chip stack. Mark Smith says shout out to Mr. T.
What's up, Mark Smith? How are you, sir?
Levi Harley says don't forget the 6-hour permits.
Yeah, 6-hour permits. That's another great rule. Thank you, WA Gaming Regulation Authority.
Also, feel free to move that mic if it's more comfortable for you to lean back, whatever.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we basically have 6 hours at a venue per week. So if
Per week?
so if you were to
Week.
yeah,
With a W.
week with a W. So let's just say if you wanted to run a nice 12-hour tournament, you basically pick up your chips and you move to another venue because
No way.
that somehow stops people gambling if they have to move
Oh
to
my
a different venue halfway
God.
through. We also cannot have Omaha because it is not written in the book.
And that's pretty ridiculous because from what I understand, WA has a gigantic PLO following.
Yeah. So and we used to have it, and then at some point someone looked in the book and said, "Oh, you can't actually run Omaha. It's not in the listed bunch of games." So we had a huge Omaha scene in the pubs for a while there. That is one thing that's different. You can actually run cash games in the pubs
Oh, you can?
for those 6 hours. Yeah.
Oh, and what's the limit on the cash games that you can run?
Well, I don't know if there really is.
So
a
you
limit.
could
I
run
don't know.
quarter if you wanted to.
I guess so.
As long as it doesn't supersede 50k, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, I've never really been on that side of it before, but yeah, we definitely, prior to everyone knowing the rules, yeah, we had all sorts of fun Omaha games going. I'm pretty sure we had a short deck Omaha lasted for a couple of months. before it
Short
was
deck Omaha.
a bit too crazy.
I played short deck Omaha once after a night out, and it was the dumbest game I've ever played.
Yeah, I played it once and basically ended up with about 68 buy-ins about 3 hours in.
So hang on, what? 68?
Yeah,
At what stake?
I bought in for 100.
And you had 6.8k.
Yeah, but there was a lot of blind pot.
Ah, yeah, that'll do it.
At the point I was at 6.8, so I ended up at about 3.8 by the end
That's
of it.
insane.
But the next time I went, I must have blasted 20 bullets at it myself. So
That's crazy. What a fun game.
it's
Kenny
the most
Barrett.
ridiculous. Nuts, redraws, you're still not even that safe.
And can only do 4 bullets, apparently.
Oh, what was this?
Somebody says and can only do 4 bullets.
Oh,
It's something like no other casino can be built within 600 kilometers of Crown. The government's hate boosting state tourism for protection of Crown Casino, and you can only play 4 bullets.
okay, I didn't even know about the 4 bullets
There
thing.
you go. So how often are you actually playing poker in Perth these days? yourself outside of just being at home
To
and playing
be honest,
online?
probably not more than 4 times a year.
Wow, okay.
Like,
That's a shame.
yeah. There's a few little games I will jump in. They got good vibe, and I'll go and play them.
And outside of family, is there anything that's really stopping you from moving away? Have you considered moving elsewhere?
It's pretty much all family, I guess, at this point. My son's got 1 more year of school after this year, so I will probably be at home a lot next year, actually.
Okay.
While he's doing his last year of school.
Yeah. Queen 9-5, couple of diamonds.
Yeah.
These 7s in the lead for now. Adam does have the ace of diamonds.
It's a hard one to know where you're at with your 7s here, I guess. We'll start as a check pretty often anyway. I don't know if you really need to even get the protection yet.
Nathaniel Hutton says, I'll always side with any government that bans PLO. Oh, running deuces. How about that, Mr. Thagard? Not bad. These 7's going to try and extract some value, and this raise is going to make less than 0 cents when it does come, and it will. Apparently, Levi Harley says 1 buy-in, maximum of 3 repurchases of chips, whether it be add-ons or rebuys.
Levi would know. He's definitely in the industry, so he's been in there.
Adam rocking that PokerGo hat. Locates the raise. Looks like he takes it up to 130. This is a very small river raise. No, 150. And then Ben with these 7s is as confused as we are, but the ace-deuce offsuit from the cutoff as well. A very wide open, I would think. Especially off of what seems to be sub 30. Would you really advocate for an open like this?
Yeah. It depends what you think you can do post-flop.
How about going running deuces? That's
Yeah.
something you can do post-flop, and Ben's as confused
if you got
as
that
we
in
are.
your game, definitely. I mean, yeah, it's probably not in
In
too
the
many
book.
charts, but, it's also... Adam will play it very well post-flop.
Shake of the head from Ben. He's not happy with that one. He's been the most aggressive pre-flop, 27% of the time raising. The other guy's at 18, a few 9s. So tell me, how was the crew been since getting here? I mean, Dean and I were chatting yesterday. We had a great time chatting about all the things going on, about how attractive Shay is, about all of the other things, the ins and outs, the everything. How often would you say you get to the Gold Coast to play poker these days?
Not often enough, I'd say.
Okay.
It's always good fun. I always found this was one of the best places to be, whether it was here or down Broad Beach when I get to play. It feels like when you exit a tournament, it's not as depressing as when you're in Melbourne. I think Melbourne, the only time I used to like playing there was during Aussie Millions, and it was sunny, and there was the Australian Open.
There was
and
stuff going on.
There was cultural things happening.
Yeah, yep.
I remember once I came from, I think it was like a WPT. I had a pretty decent run, and then went straight from there to Melbourne, and it was 8 degrees in October, coming from like 26 on the Gold Coast.
Oh, no.
I wasn't loving it. So
See, I like being able to go to a series and be able to actually go into the water at the beach.
Yeah.
That's a good time for me.
Yeah.
Jack 8 for Armon and the cutoff. Feel like this may just be good enough to go in the Jack 8 suited variety. Yeah, looks like he does request the triangle and piles the remainder in there.
Amon actually uses his short stack really well, actually. Actually, he uses any stack pretty well. Yeah, I think he's a very good player.
Patrick with almost 2 million. Letting go of Queen 9. Likewise, Ben with 10-8s out of there. What is Andrian going to wake up with? No, nothing to call. The 9-6 offsuit into the muck also. One casino for the largest state in Australia. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. So whereabouts would you get to most often outside of Perth to play these days? Would it be Adelaide? And I actually have a question for you off the back of that, if it is Adelaide.
It probably wasn't, but I'd imagine it might be going forward. I've only been to like 2 series, I think now. It might be 3 series now. I've been to Stacked. Happens to help that I've run good there, but also it's really good weather, and there's a really nice little neighbourhood around where Stacked is. So, good food and nice neighbourhood. That sort of thing still appeals to me. It's not just
Sure.
like
Not
poker
just about
alone
poker.
doesn't cut it. So unless it's like an amazing series, you're probably not going to get me to somewhere that's not fun. So,
Well, I have to ask you, because obviously the WPT Australia series is coming up in Sydney with the main stop. they've been announcing teams of the festival.
Yes.
And there was a team of the festival announcement for Stacked Social, which had your name on it.
Yes.
And that surprised me because I, for one, know that you're not from Adelaide, and two, know that you haven't played Stacked too many times, and yet there you are, third down on the list with the Croc and a couple of other big names. And how did that eventuate?
Well, Crocky asked me, and he talked me into it. But I've had an incredible run at Stack. I think I've played every high roller there and just had silly luck in those, and just had a really good run. And someone sent me something the other day, said I was like second on the Stacked all-time money list. I was like, nah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I've always wanted to get down to Stacked. I've heard very good things about the cash games down there, but...
Yeah. There's a crazy good vibe to it. It's a very different kind of a venue, like just the banter that goes on there, it's like really...
It sounds like it'd be relatively similar to Marconi in Sydney.
Yeah. It's very similar to that kind of a vibe. The banter, like, people are almost pushing it a bit too far for some people, but I actually love it. So it reminds me of all my years in America of playing in Atlantic City as well.
Right, okay. That's right, because you lived in the States for quite a while, didn't you?
Yeah, so I had 8 years in the States. I was mostly based out of Memphis, which saw me play in Tunica a lot, and 10 days a month in Vegas. But then I had a big period of working in Atlantic City, and that's a very different poker scene.
Yeah, right, okay.
Fun.
A couple of things that I just want to catch up on in the chat. Firstly, what happened with the Gold Coast, so many people wearing masks. The dreaded poker flu is ravaging everybody. So obviously with a series this long, everybody's going to be getting sick at some point, and a few are sicker than others, and we're trying to minimize it as much as possible. Dean Cox asking, how many teams wanted you, Trav?
Too many. Definitely the team that got me shouldn't have paid as much as they should. Oh, are we talking about Crocky's team or about the fantasy league?
I think
because I see Monty has mentioned my fantasy, me not being out there working the $80 fantasy grind. Yeah, it's fair play. Fair play.
LM's asking when's the Sydney dates again. I'll let you search that one up. I don't want to be doing that kind of promotion. John T's asking who's on the mic. I'm joined by Mr. Travis Endersby, also known as This Is a Travis T on YouTube. Oh, sorry, on Twitch. If you want to check out some really good high quality poker content playing mainly on America's Card Room, go and check him out on Twitch. Give him a follow. Give him a subscribe as well. Why not? Do you have the subscribe button there?
Yeah, they can do that if they
they
really
can
want.
click the
They don't
subscribe
have
button.
to, but
And yeah, plenty of good poker content. We're going to be here chatting about all that kind of thing over the course of the next couple of hours until these guys bag up or until Travis feels like he wants to make like a tree and do something else. But if you guys have any questions for him, please feel free to send them in the chat. Questions about all kinds of things. Apparently, Travis, Dean says you need more banter.
more banter. Oh, definitely.
On the topic of banter, Trizball's in the chat. How are you going, sexy man? I wonder if anybody reached out to you regarding male fashion tips or any of the looks maxing things that Dean and I spoke about yesterday. I really, really hope so, as we see Andrew White with 15 and the ace-10 offsuit.
This is a new player to the game, but definitely not a new player to the game of poker. He's a Sydney sider that's a very competent player.
Yeah, he does a very good job. Most recently won the Heads Up event at the APO, I believe.
Yes.
Besting my housemate Tom Maguire in the grand final.
Oh, yes, after Tom destroyed me in the semi-finals, I might say.
Did he?
He absolutely owned me.
Well, there you go. I know that he played against Neuron
It
or
must
Aaron
have
Lee.
been 7 hands or something Tom got me in, I reckon,
Oh, wow.
for all 3 bullets.
That does sound like something Tom would do. Travis, Matthew Green is asking, is this poker flu or is it simply free bacteria? What does that mean?
Inside jokes.
Oh, okay.
There is definitely significant poker flu going on around here, but I don't know. It doesn't seem as bad. I'm pretty sure in the first week someone posted somewhere that Chris and Dean were having a conversation at home. What do you think? The guys are all getting COVID, or are they getting the flu? And some guy posted in the APL website, I got COVID and the flu.
Yeah,
So
somebody
you
said that
one.
in the chat today. I was like, oh, yep, that's good. As we see the King 6 deuce flop, Adam making himself known with top pair here, 132k out there. Andrew with 307.
35.
Just going to bet 35k, roughly 1/4.
35,000.
think just a flat here seems pretty reasonable versus this early position player.
Monty's asking, how much more on Hendon does Armon need before he can afford sleeves? Well, that's the thing. I think the more he gets on Hendon, the less the sleeves will become, the thinner the singlet, which I think is the appropriate way to go. Alan's asking about new venue. No, we're here indefinitely. Go Ricky from WA. Dean Cox is sitting next to Shay. He smiled and Dean's clothes disappeared. Well, just the conversation of Shay has actually increased the temperature in this room by about 10 degrees. Travis has had to take his jumper off.
Indeed.
He's no longer a sponsored pro. Well, I mean, let's not say that too loud. Andrew with an opportunity to check back here. I don't think he's going to want to barrel again. Does just decide to check. See if he can hopefully hit one of those 2 outs. Instead, the 3 of diamonds is no help. Adnan Oda says, Trivers, gentlemen, very nice guy to play against. You love poker. Playing with people like him, a very good player too. There you go. Some kind words for you, mate.
Much appreciated. See, Julius asks, are the silly rules in WA state laws or Perth council laws? And yes, they are crazy. Basically, it is I think, DRGL, I think they're called. Basically a WA government little subsection that has silly rules, and it's too much hard work for them to change rules, and they like to just keep things how they are, I guess, is probably how that's going.
The old set in their ways gang.
Yeah. We would, I would absolutely start a poker room, and many, many people would join me. I'd even do like a community one that wasn't for profit, if we could. It would get all sorts of tourism, and it would do a lot of good for the WA economy. And yet, I don't think it's going to happen, but, you know, if we could get the laws changed, something like that would definitely be possible. Because the scene in Perth is awesome. Like, the people around the poker community are really good. There's a really good vibe. So you probably saw that with Jamie having her results, and, like, everyone was getting around, so
yeah,
it's really good vibes.
I wonder whether or not you could do a tournament where you took a large amount of entrants and you split the entries up into 50k allotments and paid it out accordingly.
There's been many things tried.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Andrew decides to find the jam with the nut flush blocker. And this is adventurous, I think is the word I'll use.
Spicy.
Yeah, Adam with top pair.
I can dig it that he knows he's probably not good at this point. But if that 3, yeah. Oh, it's tricky.
As Adam's lead is obviously not what we expected to see, but
yeah. That's interesting.
Obviously Adam not with a diamond in his hand. I guess the question just becomes whether or not Andrew is going to be barreling his nut flush combos on the turn. We see Adam doing some math here. Has to call a further 192k, so not overly much more. Just 2 of those green chips need to be flicked in for this call to be made and for him to be taken well north of that 1.2 million chip mark. It's just a matter of whether or not this line makes sense. And what do you think?
Well, Adam had fun calling me with Queen High the other day, so he's very capable of...
yeah, I heard about that 2.5x pot rip. And
I got hero called by King High again today as well.
Correctly?
Well, we chopped.
Oh my god, you bluff too much.
Apparently.
Or not enough.
I thought I was a nit.
You are a nit.
You would think people would see the grey beard and give me more credit.
I see Dean's grey beard and I wonder what hole he dragged himself out of. As far as Adam here, he's got himself in a world of hurt. What do you think would have been the occurrence had he checked it over to Andrew? Do you think Andrew would still have ripped river? Tough to know, right?
Yeah, unless he's basically trying to put him on exactly the kinds of hands he might have right now, where he's trying to just get that small amount of value with that block bet and somewhat not wanting to face the giant amount himself. A lot of people do see that and attack, which is... It happens more so in live poker. I've had a look at my database online, and generally when people attack your block bet, normally they just have it. But
yeah,
in live poker, it really feels like people do attack block bets a lot more. I don't know if it's real or not.
Yeah, definitely. As Adam, reaching for those reds. Definitely wishing that he instead checked this river and then he wouldn't be in this gross spot. Patrick Russell says, don't forget that OMC Travis played a seniors tournament one time.
I did indeed. So, yes, at the Australian Poker Open, I didn't know it was a typo. I just thought it was a 40-plus seniors event. So I played the 40-plus seniors event. And it was apparently supposed to be 50-plus, but they had a typo in the original printout. So I got to play it. Unfortunately, I came second to Old Man Coffee Shireen, who beat me heads up. So
Shireen.
Shireen V.
What? He's not 40?
He was 40 years and like 3 months
Oh,
or something
what?
when he beat me. Yeah, the young kid just got the best of me.
As the fold is made, and Andrew White takes that one down. Dean Cox saying the DRGL is the Department of Racing, Gaming and Liquor.
There we go.
Patrick Russell saying, can confirm it was always a pleasure seeing Travis in Adelaide at Stacked.
Yeah, Patrick did a great job actually in running a lot of that. So
Yeah, Patrick does a great job as always. He was potentially going to be making his way up here, but it didn't eventuate for him. Unfortunately, he had something pop up, so he didn't quite book a flight at the last minute, even though we were talking quite a lot about it. Fred Williams says, well played. Yep, Andrew White getting that one done. If you're watching on Facebook, 257 of you, make sure you hit that like button. Always want to try and get as many likes as possible. No incentives this time. Earlier on today, Nikki Pickering walked in and said that she had something in her handbag and said that if it got over 150 likes, I had to eat whatever it was.
Oh, God.
It turned out to be a kiwi fruit with the skin on.
Oh, okay.
I'm not the biggest fan of kiwi fruit, but it wasn't as bad, you know. To be honest, it was actually quite delicious. Dean Cox says, how does it feel having qualified for the Super Seniors at the WSOP next year?
Hey, cut that out, Dean Cox.
A7 for Crilly from the cutoff's going to find an open arm on in the big blind with the 9-8 suited. Do we run this or do we defend it?
We just defend it and have a bit of a look at the flop. You're not expecting to get many folds with your 6.4 big blind stack, so spectacular price to have a look and get a miracle. And
Robert Banks asking, is stacked the old match room?
no, they are two different venues actually. Matchroom seems like it aims a little bit lower in the buy-ins, and Stacked seems to aim a little bit higher in the buy-ins. Two different parts of town.
A7 and 9-8 as Armon does come along, and unfortunately for him, he whiffs. Crilly. Looks like he's firing a bet of 32k.
33,000.
Squiddy Squiddy says likes for chocolates. How about no? 33k, making a liar out of me. Shadowbounce saying, commentators ignoring Twitch. I'm not ignoring Twitch, I'm just ignoring you. And I didn't need to intentionally. Can you talk heads up in APL, or is it like WPT at Gold Coast Casino and no talking at all? I actually don't know exactly.
I think technically you're not allowed, but I think we get away with a little bit of shenanigans out there.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of chat here and there. I mean, I know that there was a very funny interaction that happened the other day where it was going into the break as Armon floating the 9-8 suited on this 10 high board with now an SPR of not much, and the 10 of diamonds gives him a back to one up flush draw. What do you think of this float?
I don't know for sure. I would have found it. Just the realization on two backdoors is pretty close to zero, I say, as one of the backdoors starts to eventuate. Yeah, you just don't get to realize very well on that.
Do you think he finds the donk jam now?
I think you got to if you get yourself here.
Wow, he does find the jam, and Crilly. Oh, he looked like he wanted to snap fold, and now he's not so sure.
I mean, Amon is one of the players in the field I'd be capable of calling here, I think. Very strange. What flats? I guess like a 3-4 diamonds.
I mean,
does that just
check raise the flop?
Yeah, it probably does. Just rip it in.
Likewise, the 6-4 maybe?
Yeah.
And do you think he ever finds floats with those hands that are wrapped around the 5? Like, obviously the 7 of diamonds is in his hand, but do you think often enough he's going to take like a Jack 8 of diamonds or any of these types of hands around the 10. I don't know.
Quite possibly. Now the thing that is like, I don't think a 10 just goes and rips it in. So it's kind of interesting what
Yeah, Amon and
Amon's
Krilly
going for there.
kind of smirking at each other.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm known to be a bit of a station. I don't know how I'd feel about letting Amon take that one.
Nathaniel saying, what floats and donk jams for value, though? That is a good point.
Yeah,
At that
was-
SPR, what
I
about
was
a 5?
asking
What about a
the
hand like
10.
5-4, 5-6, maybe? I don't know. It's very awkward, especially if it really feels like there's not much fold equity there. But obviously, on that occasion, the A7 offsuit, I don't know.
Maybe it doesn't help. Crilly's got the 7 of diamonds there. He's thinking, oh, some of the shenanigans might have had that. So I don't know.
Piano Man saying, holy moly, that's new. Yeah, I mean, it might just not exist at all, but we'll never know until we run the spot. And I know that you're a big fan of running the spot. You're very competent as far as looking at stuff. I know I've tuned into your Twitch and seen you running Souls and stuff in GTO Wizard for quite a while. Was there a point at which you kind of transitioned into Solverland, as they say?
I guess so, yeah, because I started playing in 2005. I was a cash game player for the longest period of time, I guess. Maybe until 2016 or so. But you didn't really have to be good in those days, and it seemed rather pointless to study a solver because I was playing, easy cash games and basically was making my money because of how bad the games were, I guess. And then at some point, I just accepted that I wanted to be better. I think I really hit my peak of studying after having a bunch of run bad and just deciding I wasn't going to worry about how I was running anymore and just do my best to get better at the game. And I know I've still got a massive way to go, but my plan was to just basically get as good at the game as I could.
So what's your kind of process for studying? Because personally, I obviously study and I look at spots and I play cash myself, but I don't. I always struggle with the concept of having actually a foundation and a structure to my studying, and I find that it actually is really not advantageous to me because I will start and I'll stop and I'll lose interest and I just won't find myself really kind of actually excited about getting into the lab and trying to improve my game. So how have you kind of structured it and how would you recommend other people go about it?
Well, it helps if you've got someone to kind of guide you, I guess, on the starting points. But, I mean, if someone was going to do it from scratch, I guess we could talk about that. And probably what I'd recommend is just learn basically how to open hands and how to respond to someone opening a hand and that sort of thing pre-flop, because everything's going to fall into place after that.
Yeah.
But these days, I mostly just find spots where I was stuck and I basically make a list of everything. I've got my HUD at home that I use and basically I've tagged goodness knows how many hundreds of thousands of hands over the years. And if I see repeated things pop up, I make like manual notes as well about things that I need to work on, and I'll just drill whatever I've had a problem with over and over again. And lucky enough to do that on Twitch, and people drop in and give suggestions and ask questions, and the questions help me learn as well. So,
adjacent to this conversation, LM's asking what's the best solver you've found or the best study tactics you've found?
I use GTO Wizard, but it helps that I'm an affiliate, I guess, as well. So,
are you?
Yeah.
You want to?
No, there's not really much I can do. People normally just click on my link on my Twitch channel.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Well, if you haven't used GTO Wizard and you may want to, check out Travis's Twitch channel. This is a Travis T, and you'll be able to utilize his affiliate code to potentially get involved on GTO Wizard, as we see the Jack Dent Deuce board. Andrew, limping this from the small and locating top pair.
25,000.
Patrick may feel obligated to float one with the ace high. Obviously back to wheel draw for him going as well. Yeah, looks like he's not going anywhere in a hurry.
Seems fair.
To a turn card we go. 8 of spades, only changing Andrew's strength of his hand. Adds an open-ender to go along with top pair. Patrick still with just 3 outs. Looks like a second barrel is being requested. Probably somewhere in the vicinity of 90,000.
Yeah, that could get it done if he's not looking to get entire stacks in, which probably with this hand, you're not really required to go the full. I guess if you go like a 140, you can get stacks in a lot easier next street, but I think something like the smaller size probably gets it done.
Looks like B50.
BBB, 2 super. Yeah, I think that sounds pretty fair. Now, I think you might see some of the crazy lads going the big sizes there, but then I don't know if you have to do that. You can probably clear things out pretty well for that as well. So
Yeah, fair enough. And off the back of like the solver conversations and studying and all these theory work that we do, have you had people reaching out to you knowing that obviously you've spoken with Dean, you've spoken with a lot of the other guys about doing work. Have you done any coaching yourself specifically?
yeah, I've done a bit over the years, but I haven't really taken anyone new on for ages. But it has been pretty cool. Like I've seen some guys that I coached back in the day, and to be honest, they're probably exceeding me these days with where they're at and some of the accomplishments they've had. So that's been pretty cool. You know, just give someone your view and how you got there, and yeah, it's nice to see how that develops. So maybe there'll be more of that next year when I am home a lot more. So
LM says, is there further study tactics you recommend, industry recommended stuff? Reading a book is the worst. Personally, for me, LM, I find that utilizing systems such as GTO Wizard, I mean, GTO Wizard has a backlog library of hundreds and hundreds of videos that you can look at on how to study individual spots. I mean, there's videos on 3-betting pre, there's videos on check raising flops, there's videos on delay c-betting turns, like there's videos on anything you could possibly want to look at on the both GTO Wizard YouTube channel and also the actual platform itself. So I definitely recommend checking that out if you're not a big fan of reading books. I mean, majority of the poker books these days are very outdated, I would say. I mean, there's so much stuff online.
There's some books that were kind of mathematic-y kind of books, and you know that's held true, but a lot of things that were suggested once upon a time maybe are a little outdated these days, particularly the kind of 15 euros plus stuff. So yeah, that GTO Wizard free content on YouTube is actually really good. What I probably would avoid is people that are saying 5 ways to play jacks that will make you millions of dollars. Anything that sounds a bit too gimmicky probably is a bit too gimmicky.
Yeah.
Just get solid fundamentals and just really work hard on them. I think would be have you ahead of 85% of the field.
Interesting hand developing here. Queen 7 middle pair, but Ben with 2 overs and a gut shot. Patrick checking it over to Ben. Ben was a little bit frustrated with the hand that he lost earlier against Thagard. Check it goes. Turn card looks like a 4 of hearts. Actually looks like the 4 of hearts was on the flop, forgive me. Still think it's a 2-side. There's a bet of 65k goes in. Ben still with this gut shot. What are we going to see from him?
I guess it's hard to find a raise now. I'm not exactly knowing what the turn card is, but I wouldn't have minded starting with
it's the
some
4 of
aggression, to be
diamonds.
honest.
I was close.
Yeah. That'll do.
But he says I can only read picture books. Same. I watch picture books that are on screens that go really fast. They're called movies. Deuce of clubs on the river as nothing changes. This 7's still the best hand. And how thin is too thin in Patrick's shoes?
Is this just a BVB hand? I'm always going to go for a little bit of value here. I'm not shy.
Looks like he's trying to extract around 115,000. And this Jack 10, basically the exact hand you want your opponent to be bluffing with. So
Yeah.
down it goes. And Patrick's going to pick up a nice one. Takes himself north of 2 million.
It's okay to give up on a pot sometimes. Got to keep reminding myself that.
Monica Rodriguez asking, how do they choose who moves to the live stream table? It's not a stupid question. There are no stupid questions, is what I like to say when it comes to poker. The amount of times I've been told that and then told that I'm an idiot is more than I can count. But this is chosen at random. So basically, we will rotate the stream table out every 2 levels to ensure the integrity of the game and that nobody is kind of on stream for too long. Alex Darby says, hey, Jordan, if this table was stranded on a desert island, who's getting eaten first? It's a very interesting question to ask, and I don't think I have a clear way to answer it. I don't even... We're going to move on. We were talking about solvers. You keep your desert island to yourself. As we were talking about coaching, and you mentioned that you hadn't had any new students for a while, and...
Yeah, I've basically just been trying to get better myself a lot. I've still had old students will still just come back and have little sessions every now and then, but not too many new students in the last 2 years. So the plan is actually when I get back, I might even have just like a little seminar that kind of captures what I would teach typically in the first few lessons. More I don't really want to have long-term students, more just like send people down a path where, they can learn how to play the game themselves. So,
Sure.
yeah, I might be running something like that when I'm back home, and yeah, might start teaching a bit more.
Fair enough. Jason, opening the King Queen suited to 48k. Looks like Adam Thagard is thinking that this needs to go up in price. Looks like it's to 125,000. And it sounds like you and Adam have been tangoing a fair bit this series.
Oh yeah, we've had fun hands actually.
Andrian with pocket sevens. 14 big blinds facing open from +1, 3-bet from +3.
I think I just let it go. Oh, but, I mean, I know it's short. I still just let this go. And then you can be sad when they show you just a bunch of overcards that you had a chance to flip against, but I don't enjoy facing that 3-bet at all with these sevens.
And down it goes. And King Queen suited. I mean, obviously you're playing this one 20 big blinds to start, but King Queen suited such a pretty hand.
Yeah. The depth, we're only 20 deep. Yeah.
22. Confirming that it is 125,000 as it's not the largest size, but you would be putting in around a quarter of your stack if you make this call. Is it going to be good enough to come along with King Queen suited is such a nice hand? Looks like no.
Yeah, it is very interesting as all the players come together in these games and what you're used to having people 3-bet and things like this. There's some games you might come from where if someone's 3-bet you there, your King Queen suited might be dead. So it's always interesting to see how it's coming together. Guys from very aggressive games, guys from less aggressive games, and yeah, basically how they're perceiving everyone else's actions, which kind of makes this sort of a series really good fun because it's a bit of a guessing game, certain elements of this, whereas, if I'm stuck in a 5k, a 20k, or at Triton, I kind of know what I'm up against. And
There are no question marks.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that because obviously you've been playing poker for a very long time. You mentioned you originally started playing cash and then you transitioned into tournaments.
Yep.
Firstly, why?
Oh, I got back to Australia. We bought an expensive house when we came back home. And I decided I was going to play about 16 hours a day until I paid off my mortgage.
Wow.
At some point, I did that and decided I would never play poker ever again.
Right.
But then, I had a few weeks off and came back and played a tournament just because I was meeting some friends down at the casino. So, but yeah, I just discovered then that I just didn't enjoy cash. It almost felt, I guess, predatory to some extent as well. Like I was just sitting there until 3 a.m. kind of hoovering up the last of the money or whatever it is. Something about it just didn't feel great. And then there wasn't the kind of dynamics that happen in a tournament either. So, yeah, it just wasn't for me. Because I absolutely loved it until I didn't love it. But then I discovered tournaments and all these dynamics, and there's just a different feel to playing tournament poker. And, there's something achievable at the end of it, I guess, as well. So, yeah, I basically stopped cold turkey playing cash for a certain amount of time and then just started playing a little bit of each.
When was that transition between cash and tournaments? Do you remember roughly what time frame?
I think 2014 is
Okay.
when I basically had the kind of massive drive and then completely got turned off it.
Right.
And then I would have persisted playing cash until about 2016 in some small amount.
Post Black Friday, right?
Yep.
Okay. And that was whilst PokerStars was still big in Australia.
I'm trying to...
Because I remember PokerStars ceasing operations in Australia early 2017.
Yep.
So
Okay. So, yeah, that would make sense. I was mostly a live grinder as well.
Right.
So, yeah, it was...
And off the back of that, obviously, if you're playing lots of live series, how was your preparation for these series adjusted over the years? Because no doubt when you first started, probably would have been the fun novelty of going to series, spending time, maybe
Yeah.
having drinks, maybe having some late nights. Is that still something that happens, or is it a little bit more kind of...
It's all pretty chilled these days. Like, I just love what I'm doing and I just love playing and I'm having fun with all of that. It's not as rowdy as it used to be. I mean, I lived in Vegas 10 days a month for 8 years, so it's not really about partying anymore or anything like that. I'm just there enjoying playing some poker and having some banter with with the boys and stuff. So that's
And
about it.
You've had, since obviously it's over a decade since that transition was made from cash to tournaments. Pre-tournament rituals, any specific thing that you do to kind of prepare yourself? Is there anything that is a go-to?
Depends how serious it all is.
Say for Triton. For
Okay.
example.
So for Triton,
Hang on, we will actually see that we see a 3-bet from the ace-jack suited here, but Jack-10 offsuit for Ben Miller just goes down, so
okay,
a little bit.
Andrew got it done.
Yep.
Yeah, so I guess for Triton, I would have actually tried to get my mental game right. Now, the very first tournament, I literally just rocked up in the country and just started playing. But the second one was the one which I had the big run in. I actually tried to meditate and be in the right state of mind, eat healthy, all of that sort of thing. But I actually found I wasn't amped up enough for that tournament. Like, I don't know what it was, maybe because I was pretty amped up early on and I was getting lots of shoves through and it was working out pretty well. When I was at the final table, I was actually tired, so I went back and I listened to like Aphex Twin. I don't know if you know Aphex.
Yeah, no, I know.
So I was listening to some really rowdy electronica
Yeah.
before the final table just to get myself amped up enough because I was finding myself a bit down. So
Sure.
yeah. I think it's just about finding that constant energy level, and normally that's going to be me having to calm myself down. But yeah, maybe because I was so excited about everything else, and because I didn't really get breaks in between, I might have been a bit tired. I actually had to lift myself up for that one.
Is that probably the last soiree you'll want to have in Triton, or you have aspirations to play more Triton in the future? Because obviously Triton is, I mean, it's basically regarded as the kind of peak of the industry these days.
It was absolutely an amazing experience. Like, the fact that I won my way in there, it meant that it was the best experience I could have there. There was nothing but crushers. It wasn't like full of the recreational players that were just splashing off lots of money. But I got to play against the very best in the world. But now I've seen in Jeju, it actually looks like there might actually be a slightly more profitable path in the Triton.
Well,
at
the
least.
Triton 1 series, which has recently been announced in Jeju, so that's going to be coming up in, I believe, October or later this year, or maybe November. I'm not certain.
So if I was offered a chance to go to that Monte Carlo game again, I probably would have to say no. I'd be a losing player there. Chatting to some of the guys who do it regularly, they were saying that they were of the opinion that some of the very best may be sub 10% ROI. So if I'm having to compete against that, it probably doesn't make much sense. Whereas I saw the last Jeju series did actually look not that tough, relatively.
Yep.
So maybe one more time in my life.
All right. Jack-10 suited for Adam, opening from under the gun over to Kenny. Only 6.3 big blinds in the King-Jack offsuit. We saw him ripping King-9 over 9 earlier. King-Jack is a considerably stronger hand than that, but it is against an under-the-gun range.
Yeah, the other one was versus the dealer button.
Yeah. Looks like he's just going to call, so to a flop we go. 165 out there, less than that behind. Jack-high flop would be dangerous for Adam. Instead we see the Queen 8-3. Adam with a gut shot. Julius says no such thing as a stupid question. Seriously, I've been asked at least 2 dozen. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's no such thing. I knew that was stupid, but there's no such thing about a stupid question.
This one,
wow, he just jams on him.
Yeah, this one I could understand. SPR1, you just do not want to find a call here. Just a gut shot, no ability to show it down. I can dig this by Adam.
Kenny does have the best hand, but obviously a very difficult call to make with no straight draws immediately, and he lets it go. You mentioned that you wouldn't go and play Monte Carlo again if you felt like you weren't winning in that field. It's a very self-reflective thing to kind of have the strength in your mind to be able to say that you're not a winning poker player. There's a bit of a kind of scene in Australia at the moment of people selling at markup, sometimes egregious amounts of markup. Do you have any opinion on markup or selling or the kind of scene?
Generally,
like, obviously people can do what they want to do, right?
Yeah.
Is there any thoughts there?
My general feeling is I've always had this idea, if you're selling at a markup, you want to let the person who's buying have an ability to profit the same way you can. So let's say I was selling like online and I was 60% ROI. I've got like a giant sample size that says it. Then it would make... I've always felt like if you sold at 1.3 you're basically giving your that 30% profit. You're giving them the chance to get that same kind of profit. Some people are selling at markups that might not be capable of being even reached. So you do want to give people who you're selling to a chance to profit. So yeah, it's up to people what they want to sell and what they want to buy. But I do think the idea of selling is definitely a good idea. I've never been one to have an ego. I don't want to collect a lot of money, so I've probably, I don't know exactly how much I've sold, but I've sold quite a bit of some of my biggest scores lately, and I never have any issues giving that money. People did invest and they would have paid a markup, and more than happy to give that. So Patrick waking up with the aces here.
Not a bad time, especially as the table captain, the only player north of $1 million.
And Big Blind just wakes up with 6 deuce off and says, okay, you can have it.
Absolutely crazy. What was it like playing in some of those crazy fields in Triton? I mean, somebody once used the terminology that I've since held on to in my brain because I think it's a fantastic way to put it. He called some of the Super Pro serial killers, which is like, I mean, I've never heard a more apt way to kind of put the likes of like your Linuses, your J Coons, that kind of stuff. Like, no doubt it would have been like being dropped in the deep end, right?
It was an amazing experience. So basically, my very first table was Phil Ivey, Adamo, Jason Kuhn, Jens Arens, Ponyakovs, and basically,
good luck.
They immediately see, I don't know who you are. And I think the very first hand I faced was Jens Arens opened 2 pips too wide. Ponyakov's called 3 pips too wide from relative to theory. And I'm just like, okay, I see what's going on here. I at least got to see the showdown value, the showdown, and it worked in my favor. I could see what they thought they were going to be getting away with. And I knew there was no way they could make up for that if I just start shoving on them. So basically, I think I got 4 straight shoves through on Jens's opens after that. And he then started laughing and said, okay, you're not going to let me get away with that. I was like, oh. So I played it off, just an old man that, you know, just had hands and whatever. But
as it looks like Andrew is not going to let Kenny get away with the jam here. These kings putting in the call. You need to find an ace or a couple of 7s. A 10-7 deuce is a decent start. Adds a couple of additional outs. How about that? How about the 7 of diamonds on the turn? Needs to fade a king and can. The full double going the way of the ace-7 offsuit. Julius, great advice around managing fatigue yesterday. Went for a 15-minute walk in the break today, and it made up a world of difference. Any tips on food types to bring with you to poker? Usually venues have a limited selection of good food. I might let you take this because I've seen you reach into your backpack a couple of times and bring out some snacks here and there. So I think this might be a you kind of question.
I think at my very best, I will do the Martin Ward pack of basically some blueberries and a good lot of long-sustaining healthy food. But often that's just going to be a bunch of chips and things like that by the end of a series when I've given up.
Yeah. I was once referred to as, when I was in the WSOP back in 2022, 2023, I had a backpack on me and I would try and take protein bars. I would try and take, you know, the occasional like pack of like dips with like celery and carrot and hummus and stuff like that. Somebody needled me once calling me a lunchbox pro, which is one of the funniest things I think I've ever heard. But yeah, lunchbox pros are definitely a thing, and you can laugh at them all you like, but they're the ones that are saving money, and they're the ones that are probably performing the best, right?
Absolutely. You're going to have to eat some real trash, particularly at the WSOP, to be honest. So yeah. I think I'd highly recommend you do actually take some healthy food, and your suggestion of taking a 15-minute walk is a really good idea. I try to get out of here every time I get a chance. It doesn't normally happen. Normally everyone stops and has a chat, but yeah, getting out is a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to Dean yesterday about how when he's on dinner, he tends to order from Noki Noki and go for a walk and get it and come back. And by the time he's gotten back, it's time to start. He's eating his Noki at the table. And I mean, getting out and getting some air and just kind of getting out anywhere other than the poker room is a really good way to go. What are some of the locations that you've played at that you most enjoy playing poker at? Cities, poker rooms specifically? I mean, like Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo
yeah.
literally has to be it. The
Yeah.
roof opens.
Wow.
It opens onto the water. Like they open up the curtains, it opens onto the water, and it's an amazing room in the first place. There's also people there at your table, literally noting every single hand that happens and revealing your stacks to you and that sort of thing. But I played in Namur, I think it was, in Belgium, and that was a really beautiful place. Again, on the water. Not perfect if people mark cards because basically the sun comes in off the water. But it's a nice place. And people are very bad at poker there. I always thought of like all the Belgian pros I'd had play against, but then people are exceptionally bad. And my Belgian friends had always told me this. I was like, wow, they're actually right.
I'm on here with the king queen offsuit in the small blind. Probably worried about fold equity here. All in is the request. As he piles it in, and I don't know if Andrian is going to be folding against this jam. He probably would have folded to Andrew, but this one's so awkward. He's got 14 big blinds to start the hand himself, and Armon has been relatively snug. I wonder what we're going to see.
That's pretty unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean...
See, Andrian's, back in the day, you would fear trying to get any raise through Andrian. He wouldn't have any of it. And like, his counter aggression was out of this world. But he's mellowed a bit. We had many a run in Perth and then at Aussie Millions and that sort of thing. Very, very much takes his reads on people and just kind of goes with them. He's leaning into a fold there, but there we go.
Yeah, down it goes, and Armon's staying alive. Really doing a decent job of managing to keep himself in this one. As Kale Hobbsy says, everyone should go and look at the APL Facebook page. The last post about a hand that will be spoken about for years to come.
Hello.
That sounds interesting. Let's see if we can get this one open on our feature monitor here. 5 million chip pot being played.
No, so small.
Wow. Aces v Kings. Oh my god, Romaine has been eliminated. Kings against aces all in pre. Holy moly. That pot worth potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean,
Wow.
Remain a very, very amazing poker player, just losing a 5 million chip pot.
Yeah, that's terrible for Romain. Probably only good for the other players in the field that Romain doesn't have a giant cooler in his direction, but
Yeah.
very bad for Romain there.
I mean, to get in 100 bigs effective, Kings v Aces. Goodness me. 100 players left as we're almost into double-digit runners. Romain was somebody I thought would probably be able to spin well up into this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, he got to the first break, or one of the first breaks, and today he had a stack of around 1.6 million. So he was cruising, and then obviously north of 2. No longer.
Interesting one. I'd love to actually catch what he thought about all of that and if there was any consideration to letting go of such a monster. Normally not, but I mean, chip leader on chip leader, 100 left in this kind of a field. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. As I don't know if I'm going to want to chat to him at any point in the next kind of day or so, as that poor bloke is going to be absolutely shattered. Though I will say, he won the 5K a couple of years ago, and the 5K is on tomorrow.
I almost feel like something kind of cruel happened to him in that main event to get him into the 5K. And then he had that nice run. Maybe massive butterfly effect. He's going to win 400K in the biggest star, 5K in quite some time.
Well, how many runners do you think it'll get? Do you think it'll get north of 350?
I think so. It's just a matter of who does the rebuying. There's certain players who are going to be the kind of guys you want to have getting knocked out and rebuying.
Yeah,
And if
absolutely.
they get big stacks early, that's maybe 10 entries we don't get
Yep.
extra. But I will definitely donate at least one to the prize pool.
And good question here from Mark Smith on this topic is, what's the biggest fold you've made, Travis, in consideration of position in tournaments? Is there any one spot that kind of sticks out for you?
Oh, goodness. I guess there's lots of folds over the years. I had to fold, queens yesterday. They had kings and aces.
Wow. Huge.
But the queen came, of course.
Of course.
But we don't get to sit there and say, oh, I should have kept my queens in there. It was already pretty strongly suggested that the 4-bet alone was going to be a pretty tight range. And then
Yep.
Charlie comes in with the 5-bet, and then, okay.
Charlie Horse.
Yep.
Yep.
And then they go to a flop and 8-3-3, check raise, and then another. Then the queen comes, and then it goes check shove, and Charlie calls with his aces and up against kings.
Spicy one here. Ben with the flush draw, 8-7 of diamonds against Jason's king queen, good for top pair. Jason only started this one with about 14 bigs. And he's definitely going to be c-betting this flop. And how is Ben going to respond with this flush draw?
It's the sort of thing where you think you can put a lot of pressure on against the short stacks, but you would hate to just blow apart.
Looks like
Just
a
miss
call.
out on getting to realize that flush as well. I don't know how deep we are. What?
3 of
10
clubs.
left now.
Double
Okay.
flush draw now as Ben checks it. Jason probably just going to want to shovel more chips in. To be honest, on the double flush draw board, do you ever see an overbet jam here on this turn?
I'd personally be willing to just get this in. Now, I do remember this one thing. Once upon a time, I had a database review, and I got told off for being too big too often on my double flush draw
Okay,
boards,
interesting.
which, is kind of a thing, but I think I was overprotecting certain kinds of hands.
I mean, it kind of
Didn't
feels
need it.
like this combo of hand that Jason has is one of the better ones.
Vulnerable,
Yeah,
probably ahead now.
down it goes as
Yep.
Jason takes himself up to 20 big blinds. 5 players sub 20. This is one of the shorter tables,
Yep.
I would say, in the field. Dean saying the only reason Romain won the 5K was because I had a piece.
True.
Yes.
For that reason, I will let Dean have 10% of my 5K.
Humble as always, Dean. When are you going to have a result? Chrissy Boy says Legend Trav. Is that a name that you recognize?
Yeah, Chrissy Boy, he is a legend himself. Out
Fantastic.
there, crushing something this week. I can't remember what it was. He absolutely crushed something out there.
Think you'll get yourself over to the Aussie Millions next year? I feel like that's a kind of no-brainer at this point, right?
Yeah, as much as I said I'm having a lot of time at home, I think Aussie Millions coming back's probably too good to
Yeah.
pass on. Although really that time of the year in Melbourne,
Bit cold.
they could do much better to have it back in January. But I think I'll be sensible and maybe just play 2 weeks of it or something.
How long is it? 3?
I have no idea.
Oh.
But yeah,
I think it's just 2 weeks.
okay, that sounds like plenty for me anyway. I'll pretty much just go and play the main and maybe one little event before it.
Armand with 13 and the hijack with the King Queen. He really tilts me the way he stacks his chips, but obviously I'm not a player, so it's still very easily digestible and easy to kind of
Yeah,
figure
as long as
out.
it's countable, I'm happy. Do you think he's going to just raise or?
Looks like he is going to go with just raise. I mean, he opened the ace-9 offsuit before off 12, so
Yep.
hands of relatively similar strength. Andrew with a 10 of clubs, similar stack size. Probably just going to be folding this as he's also 5 high stacked, 4 high in the case of the Reds.
Just not the kind of hand we want to do stuff with this time of the tournament, I guess.
Adrian, sub 10 as well, 9-7 offsuit.
I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew wants to have a look at a flop. He does like to see a flop.
As we let you guys know that this is our final blind level of the day. So we will play until the conclusion of this blind level, and then we will be bagging up and returning tomorrow for day number 3. As we see the call come in from Andrian Chin to a flop we go. Both these guys very shallow. Ace, King, 7, both making a pair. Obviously a board that's going to favour the in-position raiser.
Yeah, you're really not loving life with your 7 here. Not even a 7 with a backdoor straight or a backdoor flush or anything.
Bet 35.
Looks like a touch over one big blind from Amon. 35,000, and this bottom pair may feel obliged to continue against this size, but we can see that just 19% of the time it'll be winning, as it looks like he is reaching for a call and puts it in. 235 out there, 249 effective behind. To the turn card we go. Hello there.
Oh, hello.
7 of clubs, and all of a sudden things have flipped on their head. Now, against this one big blind bet, I think Armon is going to recognize that there's going to be a lot of 7s that will have called, so we may not see many more chips go in on this turn.
I mean,
Unless
does Andrian
we see
ever
the
have a lead?
I actually love the idea
Just a
of a lead.
20% lead.
I love the idea of a lead for 40k.
I'll even do this with my kings and stuff like that if the 7 just smashes me.
Yep. Looks like we do see a check. Is Armon going to follow suit?
Pretty hard to get another bet in here, I think. Now, on the street.
Looks like he does
I
check
like
it
that.
back, and to the river card we go. It's about as bricky as it gets. Daniel Troneski requesting a king on the river. Not to be, my friend, not to be.
Does Andrew want more of like a third pot or a rip? What's appealing to
Well,
him?
I wonder what he's considering Armon would call with his king X, as it looks like he checks it. Armon checks it back, you sicko.
I don't know if I'd find the check in Andrian's shoes there just because he found that check on the turn. I guess he could still check some ace X and then bet. But his kings would definitely not be happy with life there. Like at that point, what are you beating?
Looks like we're racing off the
Kicker's not
yellows.
kicking.
Ricardo asking, what is a word of advice you would give to yourself if you could only take one tactic into a tournament? I know mine.
Like if there's literally one tactic, I guess
There's like
depends how
one thing to tell yourself before you play a tourney.
Just be aggressive.
I would say be patient.
Okay.
Two very different
Yeah.
answers. Well, actually, I think I'll change mine, which is do not be afraid.
Yes.
I think is what I would prefer to use.
That's a really good thing. Personally, like, yeah, I'm very kind of chameleon like when I'm playing anyway. I can be a absolute psycho, I could be a station, I can be an absolute nit if I think that's what I need to be. I do think if you're going to pick just one style, I think being aggressive does work out a little bit better. We were discussing this watching Heads Up the other day, and basically...
Which heads up is this?
I think we're watching Timon's one, but I mean, if we're really watching anything, basically, if you had someone who wasn't experienced and what would you tell them? Heads up, I'd literally just tell them to just
Never fold a hand.
shove the top 60%. You know,
Yeah.
if they were completely outclassed.
Yep.
Like, you're not going to do too much better. Like I found, because I got into that Triton with some very deep best of 5 heads up sit and goes, basically when people were trying to play the kind of small game with me, they just get whittled away. Whereas the ones who are absolutely just getting in there and being aggressive, they've always got a chance of just doing it.
Yeah.
I had a similar thing when I played at WPT Cambodia in the 5K. Ended up heads up with like a older Korean gentleman, about 60 years old. And basically, he was seeing opens and things like this and folding to my min clicks and things like this. So I ended up going from about 30% to about 65% of chips. We had a break. He came back and literally shoved every hand on me.
Oh, wow.
So I end up taking maybe 8 hands to wake up with something that qualifies as a call. The first couple, maybe, I don't know, maybe I would have had something that qualified. I just didn't realize what was going on.
Yep.
And there, by the time we got to the 8th hand, I had King Jack offsuit. Okay, that's good enough. He'd whittled down that 60% or whatever it is. to just have more chips than me. And say, King Jack off's going to have to do. He wakes up with ace 10 and
No, yeah.
takes it down. But
Thanks for coming.
yeah, I do think if you're going to do anything, be a psycho.
Andrew with the 5 deuce. Let's it go. Patrick, queen 5 suited. May lean towards an open here. No real clear rejam stacks in the blinds. Nobody sub 10 anyway. So I think this one's going to be good enough to come along, and he is going to take it north of 60,000. Reminder that the starting stack in this tournament was 30,000, guys. So definitely getting to the business end of this event.
One soul in each big blind and big blind ante.
Clearly with the Jack 6 offsuit. Probably a little bit too wide to be wanting to continue. I think it's a little bit ambitious. And he does just fold it. Hasn't really had any hands, has Krilly. Kind of been a spectator at this table.
Yeah, I almost forgot Krilly was there for a while, which is hard with that wonderful mustache.
Oh, absolutely.
Extremely good looks.
So what's going to be the strategy tomorrow for the 5K? You're sitting instantly?
I'm going to do what I've done the last couple of days, which is literally just sleep until I wake up. I've had some really long sleeps. It's been quite nice. Yeah, and just whenever I wander down, I'll wander down, but I would like to be there pretty early. There's going to be some phenomenally good players, but then also, some people might be looking to just punt off and get a giant stack, and maybe it will work for you. Maybe it'll be a rebuy, but maybe it'll work in your favor. So I'll try to get there early. If I do, I do, but I won't stress myself getting there.
We haven't really spoken sport at all. You're obviously wearing a Raiders cap. You're an AFL fan, right?
I was an AFL fan growing up. My dad played WAFL back in the day. But when I moved to America, I kind of lost track and started following American sports more than anything. So I loved watching basketball and grew up as a basketballer. So, yeah.
So who do we support mainly? Why do I think it's Philly? It's not Philly, is it?
I literally watch any basketball.
No specific team.
I love it. I got NBA League Pass and I'll watch way too much basketball.
Right, okay, but no specific team.
No specific team.
Okay.
Like when we were based out of Memphis, we were following the Grizzlies back in the, Stromar Swift and Pau Gasol kind of days.
Yep.
But now I just love watching good basketball. So I'll watch Denver Nuggets so I can see what Jokic does and see the skills on display.
Watch the freak in action.
Yep.
Kenny's going to get a walk there. Yeah, definitely haven't watched enough basketball. I can definitely appreciate it. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Curry, purely just for he just seems to be an alien. Like I don't understand how he's still as good as he is.
Yeah, it's a set of skills well beyond anyone's ever had, which is very impressive.
But my brother was a baseball fan, and earlier on this year I started a fantasy baseball thing against just him. So it was just him against I.
Yep.
And thinking that we were going to update it every week, but I'm so useless when it comes to anything fantasy that week to week I just forget to update it.
That was me. I was playing an NBA fantasy league with a lot of the very, very good poker players out there. They're all degenerates, of course, so they like to have a gamble on anything. But I just found they were way better at keeping up with, your player's out this week. It's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So, yeah, I love the start of it, but then by the end I was like, oh, that's too much work.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it. Yeah. It's like Aiden loves FPL, so fantasy EPL, and I just, I'm useless.
Yep.
Linsky's actually very good at FPL.
Not surprised.
Yeah. Andrew with pocket 9s +2 for 14. Do we think we just rip this?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty early. I think we can click the raise button.
Time to see what he decides, as he's giving this quite a lot of thought.
I'm really bad at seeing +2. I'm much more of a kind of working my way backwards kind of a guy.
So this is
low jack?
No, this is just +2. Low jack's +3.
Okay.
Looks like he puts in most of it, virtually committing himself.
Seems fair.
As we are into the double-digit mark. Nobody waking up with anything. Clearly with the 7-8 suited. Very pretty hand, but obviously not going to be coming along. Down it goes. Kenny waking up with the A6 offsuit in the big blind.
Got a bid at farewell, Kenny. It's always sad if you look at the ace first. It looks like such a stronger hand.
Oh,
than when you
yeah.
look at the 6 first.
Looks like a great hand, but not great enough. Good mates with Dean, rocking that Bulls cap.
Yep, someone's got to keep supporting the team, as terrible as they are.
Oh, yeah, they're horrible, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pretty
so
bad.
So bad.
The thing is, they're not like bad enough where they get draft picks. They're just bad enough where they miss out on draft picks, but they just like limp their way into the play-ins every year. So they're going to be about the most middling team that exists for the next 10 years, I think.
So you've been playing professional poker by the way? You do anything on the side or just poker?
Well, I have for about 12 or 14 years technically been employed by University of WA,
Oh,
but like doing about an hour or two a month on average.
right.
So yeah, I have some software that if they ever need me to do something to look after it, I'll go do it for them. But
Oh,
basically not really working much more than 10 hours a year. Just the right amount, I'd say.
yeah, fair enough. Oh, perfect.
Still technically a software engineer that happens to play some poker.
And is there any part of you that's considering maybe not continuing with poker, or is poker just what you want to do indefinitely?
I honestly would only do poker as long as it keeps being fun. So I've been very fortunate that for many, many years I've managed to make some money. But if it's not fun, I don't think I'll keep doing it. I'll never be one of those angry regs that's sitting there grumpy at everyone who's playing the game now. And I'll do it as long as I love it. And yeah, hopefully it just keeps making money. If it does, it does.
Because no doubt you've been playing poker for 20 years. You've seen many different evolutions of it, right? I mean,
Yep.
you've probably experienced every meta that has ever been a meta.
Yeah.
What was it that got you into it?
I think like the very first time I went to watch television in America, I was looking for the NBA and I was pissed off because there was poker on TV.
Right.
But the very first time I watched it and they were showing cards and that sort of thing, I was like, oh, it actually makes sense. And you could see people go for their bluff and things like that. It made it a lot more fun game. So.
And do you remember the first soiree into playing cash that you took? Do you remember your first time playing?
Literally took $40 in a 1-2 limit game. So 20 big bets, I think it might have been, at the Circus 1-2 limit game.
Wow.
And I played that game a lot of days in a row. I was very, very bad. And then I had one day where I had a win. Like I went in there in the morning of the weekend I was in Vegas. And I got out at about what I thought was 6 p.m., called my wife up and was all excited. Like, oh yeah, I won some money this time. I was like, what are you doing? It was like 6 a.m. the next morning. I didn't even realize.
Wow.
So, yeah,
grinder
I was just lost there for 18 hours grinding my 1-2 limit game, which I don't know what I'd do to myself if I had to play that for 20 hours these days. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. But very, very quickly it became limit, no limit. And yeah, I was just never grinding out of my bankroll, which really wasn't much. I guess really to start the game I probably was. I really didn't have much money when we moved to America. So, I was often buying in for $200 into a Tunica game where you could play 10K bricks of money. And there's people who are playing like hundreds of thousands deep. And I'm in there with my $200 and I'll just get in the middle of their pissing wall with the nuts and be like, oh, I got a triple up.
Is there any part of you that wants to move back to the States ever?
I don't know. It's a pretty wild environment right now, to be honest. I certainly enjoy my time there. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, there's some pretty wild things going on.
Picking up the action. Looks like
Yeah.
Patrick's found the flop bet with the ace-10 and decided to double barrel on the jack-7-5 deuce board. Adam, with this pair of sevens, looks like he's not going anywhere just yet. Finds another call. 595 out there, 645 behind. Patrick, his ace high, just 4 outs for him to river the best hand. Instead, the king of clubs, which if he was bluffing a hand like King Queen or King 10 offsuit, would land him in the green. And I'm sure when he bets like this twice, it's going to be in his mind that ace high is not very good. Can he rep this king? It's like he's weighing the options up. Do you think he would have to go something north?
350, 450.
Looks like
What's
he's
it
going 295.
Probably does seem a realistic size for maybe hitting some kind of king high that needs to bluff.
95.
B50 river, so Adam, would he choose this with a hand like ace jack on this run out?
Interesting. I guess you could go that thin because Adam's just not going to be there with too many kings.
Yeah.
I think that would be a really nice bet, actually.
This would be for almost half of Adam's entire stack if he were to make this call, but it seems as though the spidey senses are tingling.
The 8 of spades is definitely not optimal. I mean, it blocks some of his bluffs that are going to be
It's like the queen 8 suited.
blasting away there.
Yeah.
We've seen Patrick definitely open all the suited connectors pretty high volume, so
From conversations we've had, we know that Adam is not afraid to put the chips in. Definitely a quote-unquote station. Time to find out just how much of a station he is under the big lights. What other bluffs do you think Patrick would take this line with? I mean, in theory, right, you tend to give up your spades, don't you?
yeah, this is one of those ones that's really interesting when the solver says, oh, well, he's not supposed to be bluffing spades here. But then quite often people really are doing that in reality, so it's a really tough one to bring into this kind of a game. But I mean, I guess he's got like his ace 4s and ace 3s and things like that he might have blasted away. Ace 10's kind of interesting right from the start to choose to triple with.
And he does make the call. His pair of 7s very, very good. And Patrick is passing a big pot over to Thagard. Takes himself to 1.5 million. That's a huge pot for him there.
Yeah, it's a very big pot. Nice play, Adam. I guess theoretically you do kind of have to call quite a bit when he doesn't go for the bigger size there. But yeah, put the pressure on.
A couple of you guys having a question about the leaving a chip behind. Michael Keane, question. Does anyone get annoyed when somebody open raises pretty much all of their stack and leave less than 5% of it behind? Should be some kind of rule brought in to stop it. Like you open for more than 3/4 of your stack, it has to go all in. Thoughts? Well, the thing is, Michael, is this game is called No Limit Hold'em. So there's no limit on the amount of chips that you can put in the middle at any given time as long as it's more than one big blind. So
I'm all for it. Whatever you can put any amount in there, and you know, if people want to interpret it other ways, who knows? It might start working in your favour. It might start working against you as well if you don't balance that out and also leave 5% behind when you have the absolute mega nuts as well.
Michael Keane says, the annoying part I'm referring to is that player is obviously committed to being all in, and players are using it as a tactic to tank when the action comes back around to them to pay for jumps. I'm going to say that you're actually not correct in that, and you're actually missing a very, very important thing, is that if this person leaves themselves with one fraction of big blind behind, there is still the opportunity for them to witness action in front of them of jam, re-jam, and then they have the opportunity to potentially fold to try and get themselves a ladder. And then on the next orbit, should it not work out, they still are entitled to the entirety of the big blind, correct?
Yep, some of those old solvers do still like that. You know, get most of your chips in, and if it's shove, you've got a nice easy fold apparently. And if it one shove, you just call them off. But yeah, I think, again, I keep saying it, the only way to stop the tanking is to just have clocks, and
Yeah.
you know, if they get an extra 30 seconds for that, yeah, fair enough. Not a big drama. But yeah, certainly if someone got 10 minutes on either side of that decision, that might be an issue. But then I guess the people at the table can call clock if they want.
One with the queen 9 against Patrick's open from +1 with queen 8.
Seat 7, 4.
Yeah, I'm completely cool with that. That's not the kind of hand that's going to play great there. In chip EV, that looks weird, but that's a pretty fair decision. As I'm not sure how the pay jumps are coming along. Are they getting to be like $1,000 yet, or
Not yet.
Still
no.
hundreds?
We're still in
Yeah.
we're still in the multiples of hundreds.
yeah?
Amok says, yes, shot clocks for every tournament, please. I actually had a conversation with somebody yesterday that changed my mind a little bit on the idea of having shot clocks for every tournament, and that shot clocks maybe aren't as effective as initially thought. And that is that if players have a shot clock, and it's something that I've definitely recognized myself, then they will feel obliged to actually utilize the entirety of the shot clock time for every decision.
Yeah.
And I actually saw this in use in the 20-second shot clock tournament that I played, where players were utilizing most of the 20 seconds for even a fold pre-flop, especially when around the money.
Yeah.
And otherwise, people would be probably just pitching their hand or not really making any decisions, but people almost felt obligated to utilize it, as opposed to not being aware of it. And
Yeah.
it kind of made it even worse. And I understand you can say 10 seconds pre, 30 seconds post, but what do you mean? All of a sudden, if you're facing a 4-bet jam, you only get 10 seconds to act?
Yeah,
Like-
that's where it gets really wrong. Triton did this really well, actually. What did freak me out is they had 10 seconds on the bubble, but they gave you a couple of extra mini time banks. So if there's no action, you get 10 seconds, but once there's an action, it's 30 seconds. So at least then, I mean, things do get exponentially more complicated. And I guess the more you know, the more complicated that decision is. When you're on a bubble, someone has opened, there's these new factors, there's the stacks behind, and how that person who opened or jammed, how your reaction to them could affect what the other people do. It definitely does get complicated, but that's why you have time bank chips and that sort of thing.
And a couple of people are recommending some kind of system similar to a chess clock or what they use on GG, where you have the final table clock,
Yeah.
so when they get to 0, you can only have 5 seconds to act.
At like final 2 tables or something, that might make sense.
And that's all very good and well, but implementation of it is
Yeah.
a difficult part. It's almost impossible, right?
Yep.
Ariva said, I've actually had TDs tell me they think shot clocks slow down tournaments for that exact reason, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think in some instances it actually makes it worse, because people
Yeah.
feel obligated to utilize every second they possibly have available to them.
I guess it depends who is there as well, because I don't know, if we had Armand versus Dean at one table, it's possible that they might not get through many hands.
Yeah, a couple jacks and a 3. As these 10s are still the best hand, as he just decides to call instead of ripping it in for 16 from the big blind, and definitely not what I expected to see.
Seat 9, bet 30,000.
Brick is saying the best way to stop tanking close to a bubble is just to go round for round or hand for hand earlier. Yeah, but then how long does that drag out for?
Yeah.
Hand for hand takes a long time in certain scenarios as it is, but if you're starting hand for hand 10 positions off, you're not going to get into the bubble until the next day. Like,
Yeah, and there's definitely an art to it all, but a lot of really good TDs are capable of seeing what's going on, and when it's going to be quicker to bring it in, they'll do it. I'm pretty sure last year I was playing the opening event, and there was someone at my table was taking about 10 minutes a hand, and someone at the other table was. And I'm pretty sure one of the TDs came in and said, I've heard there may be a side bet for who's going to tank the longest.
Oh.
If that's true, that's collusion and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And brought the law down. And I think we might have gone to, I'm not sure exactly what we did, but it certainly did stop some of the tanking.
Riva says Crown Melbourne's main events, they bring in shot clocks one table from the money, give everyone a time bank, bubble pops, they remove the shot clock. See, I think that's a great idea as long as it is specified in the rules of the tournament prior to the tournament beginning.
Yeah.
Everybody going, oh, we need shot clocks, and people are like knee-jerk reacting, going, okay, here's shot clocks, but it's not actually a part of the tournament, is not the way it should be going about.
Yeah, and I would recommend you probably put that in your rules, just to have it there that you can implement it and just choose to do it wisely, I guess.
Sandrock asking, hello, wonderful people. How much longer are we running for tonight? We're running until the conclusion of this level, which, as far as I'm aware, is going to be around 15 more minutes. Though I will get confirmation on exactly what that is yeah, I think we're into the sub 15-minute mark remaining of play, or the set amount of hands remaining. As I believe usually it's 5.
Do you think a block bet here from Whitey, or do you just think just a check and do the hero win if we have to?
Looks like he is going to put in the one big blind, and this king high has got an interesting decision.
30,000. That's 30.
What hands do you think would block?
Tens with a 10 of hearts.
How about other than the one that he has?
I think some weak ace-x could even not be too greedy here in this exact circumstance. Like I said, sometimes it does induce something. He didn't. I don't think we saw an aggressive action on the turn, which is pretty significant. I don't know if he got turned off after Adam found that very brilliant call, but it seemed like a card he definitely could have tried to represent with his under the gun range.
Riva said, I played the last one and cashed, but everyone felt obligated to use the full shot clock before acting, which, I don't know, felt slower than the no shot clock. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Bricker says, shot clock's no good for APL main. Got to remember the demographic that attends. I agree, as the call gets made.
Yep.
And these 10s are going to be very good. I agree to a point. I agree that the demographic that attends is probably not going to be too keen on utilizing the shot clock. I also am of the belief that if you're playing for 730k, then you got to make it as good as possible for the players that are playing for that amount of money.
And it's not like the whole thing has to be shot clock. It's only when people are gaining unfair advantage by there not being a shot clock. So it's only going to come in around bubbles, I'd say. Or maybe F2T, like final 2 tables.
Yeah, like if you're playing final 3 tables or final 32.
Yep.
Like 4 hands, like 4 tables of 8.
Yep.
Final 32, fantastic spot for a shot clock, in my opinion.
Agreed. Yeah, I think just a bit of common sense always works with these things. And I'm never one of those that gets too fussed about it when I'm playing the game. You know, whatever the rules are, we adjust, and whatever's happening, we adjust. And
I actually have a question about you regarding your experience at Triton, because you mentioned mini time banks.
yes.
Did Triton have multiple time banks?
We had a time bank. We had a bank of 5 time banks, and then there were the little red mini 10 seconds that popped up. And in the table was an LED strip of how many seconds was left.
Oh, wow.
Really cool. You don't see that on the show table, on the TV table, because they've got the big, gigantic one. But yeah, all of the tables had basically an LED strip of how many seconds were left.
That's great. Ben opening from under the gun. Andrian putting in the call, it looks like, from +1 with the ace-queen suited, not deciding to take it as a jam. As a couple of people are standing up in the background, it looks like we could be going into our final few hands of the day. I was just thinking as I'm seeing Krilly hang on to his 730k here, as much as he's really not played many hands, like good players don't really try to force it. He had a bunch of spots that he just didn't take, and correct plays every time pretty much. And yeah, sometimes you just have to hang on to your chips. It's not a matter of always growing them. There'll be times where you have to maintain them and not lose them. So Shang Yun Huan says, let's go, Adam. That was a beautiful call. Shout out to you, Shang Yun. Finishing, I believe, 5th in the Jackster. So
nice.
Congratulations on your result.
Yeah, we've had some good players to watch here. They've been kind of restricted by their stacks because basically there's been this constant, 15 to 20 big blind effective stacks, but we've still seen some very good play. Yeah, good lay down by Adam there. That is not an easy one to take on multi-way and with many people to act.
Did I stop it at 10 minutes?
Andrew's just taking a few minutes here to make sure he doesn't get the big blind again. So typically what we do is we stop at some certain amount of time and have some certain amount of hands. ideally it would be completely random. But it might be at 10 minutes they're going to stop and say we have this many hands left.
Yeah, I think it is at 10 as Patrick with the 9-8 in the big. 'Cause it looks like that might have been why Andrew was actually tanking there to try and let that clock wind down a bit.
He wanted that clock to hit 10 before the next hand, because then it's highly unlikely it's going to be 7 hands. And he's pretty safe to get a bunch of hands with the button cut off, hijack, blowjack, and not have to pay another big blind, which, fair enough.
To a flop we go. 3-way as we see the 7-6-3. 9-8 for Patrick's looking mighty appealing. Ben, raising from gun, is still going to have the overpair advantage.
Oh, we've got the Jack Link's beef jerky hand. If you recall, do you recall this?
I remember the couch
2000-ish?
cannon. The couch cannon.
Yeah. Oh, this was basically we had
The wild card hand.
The wild card hand that we had, and we got to guess what Ben has here. Ben has,
65,000.
in spite of Andrian having the ace queen, Ben has the ace king offsuit.
Adrian's ace queen firing. I think Patrick's going to want to come along with this open ender, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice hand and favoring his range in the big.
He's going to find the raising chips, though.
It takes it north to 175.
175.
Yeah, it's a dangerous
Snap
bet
fold from Ben.
there by Andrian. Just hits the big blind a little bit too hard. Technically, undergun is supposed to check to you a whole lot as well. So he might still be a little bit uncapped.
87 now is... They had a Rexona sponsored hand as well from memory. I don't know about that. I almost swore then. They probably need to have Rexona sponsors at a WSOP event.
Yeah. Oh, Greg is offering coaching if anyone needs it. Reach out. Greg will teach you all about the car park hands.
Oh God, do I want to know about this?
I don't know if you do.
Go on, come on.
Greg will gladly tell you if you play ace, queen, or kings, you go into the car park. It's all over. You're telling your story
Right.
walking.
Okay. So it looks like we are pausing, waiting for all the tables to finish before we play our final few hands. Unsure on the exact amount that it's going to be.
Triz is asking, where did I learn all these tanking skills? Never implemented them myself. I've heard of them from the many great tankers out there.
I thought you might need your beauty sleep at this point, Shay, you beautiful, beautiful man. The second most attractive man I'll ever see. And as for the first, well, I haven't seen him yet.
I thought this
85. So what's on the cards for tomorrow morning prior to the 5K? Big night's sleep?
I think that's it. Nothing but sleep planned.
Idas?
I think we might treat Ida to another visit. Ida hasn't seen us in a couple of days. Hasn't seen me for a few days, so we might go and get the finest Ida has to offer.
Chatting to Dean about it. I've never been, but I walked past there today because I got my head buzzed.
Yep.
So walked past as it looks like somebody is being moved.
Oh, Ben's on the move.
Adios, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Miller.
Balance the tables, guys. We're going to be playing last 5 hands of the fly, okay? Once all tables are finished, tables are balanced, we're going to be playing final 5 hands. I'll give you
5 hands.
Well, you heard it there from our British man in charge. 5 more hands are being played, and then we're going to call it a day 2. Down to 85, which I feel like is a very low number to get to at this point.
Yeah, there was a fair bit of violence out there today. Certainly, I probably partook in a little bit of it. So, yeah, I think we've had a masterful display of why you take the extra 10 seconds and get that button. Who's going to end up with a button? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So theoretically, Adam will end up in the big blind. But if anyone gets lost along the way, that might mean that button progresses a little further.
Free roll. Wait, free roll.
Alright, last 5 guys, last 5 please.
And let's do it.
So are you going to be jumping in any tournaments?
I don't think so. I'm going to be well and truly stuck in the booth.
I guess
for
we've got
next
some pretty
couple-
exciting action in the next couple of days.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get some pretty exciting faces in here as well. Obviously, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Definitely
pleasure.
really appreciate you coming in for a chat because we haven't had the chance throughout the course of the series. You've been firing everything.
Yes.
How has the series been for you overall?
I'm not rich.
Okay.
Yep. I've I've had a lot of small caches. I've FT bubbled in spectacular fashion, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's not been a huge one, but there's still hope.
Question from Big Dog Mickey saying, put Jason next to the dealer so we can see him on stream. He's an absolute stud.
Grade 60. Seat 7.
I'm on letting it go. Andrew with the Queen Jack offsuit on the button off 20. Probably also going to be relinquishing.
It's great to have a big stack at this time of the night. I know it's completely irrelevant to money, but a lot of people do get to this stage of the game and just want to wrap it up and be done with the night. The very good players are going to abuse that and find an extra level of aggression.
Patrick with the ace-9 offsuit in the small. Oh, looks like a 3-bet is in order.
That is exactly what I was thinking is the only way to proceed with that one. I like it. Especially if Adam's potentially going to be a little bit naughty.
Yeah, it looks like naughtiness is afoot, and down goes the Queen 10, and the Jack 10
Yep.
should be following suit. But no instantaneous mucking here. Greg
It
Zanakis
really
says,
wasn't a small size either. That was.
no, it took it up to
Yeah.
240. Greg Zanakis says, remember Fault Kings.
Yep.
Very important one there.
I could have used that advice at some point in this series, mate. I forgot again.
Hand one down, 4 to go. See if anybody's going to wake up with anything worth writing home about. So I believe we're going to be kicking things off tomorrow at around 11 o'clock local time. I mean, I know we've got a staff shindig photo thing happening tomorrow.
Nice.
Val's asking, is Monster Dong still in? I don't think Caramelicus
Nah.
is.
I saw Jono walking out around the 200-ish mark, I think.
It was a big bet, but it was just like that.
Always dangerous when he's still in there. But I don't know if he's one to just hang on to his stack too tight either. So he'll have a chance of being out, but also a chance of winning still to this day. Still a very good player. We had a lot of fun playing with Mr. Monster Dong in the State of Origin about a year ago.
Did you partake in the most recent one?
Not the most recent one. We played in the very first one that came back, where we had like the 3 international teams and all of the states, but we couldn't just quite get the WA team back together again. I had a bit of a commitment. My wife had a charity thing, and I'd way back committed to it. So, but yeah, we'll be back the next time. But it was a lot of fun, definitely. Yeah, that's not a fun defend for Curly there.
No, down it goes, as down another hand goes. 3 more, and then we are going to get those bags out and bag all the chips up. Patrick with 1.955 million. He's been fluctuating around that 2 million chip mark, but mainly because of a big confrontation between he and Adam.
3 more hands.
Julius is asking, what time do I start commentary on the stream tomorrow? Watching the stream, but that commentary is a bit boring. I'll be here from the start, my friend. Last couple of days, I've not been 100%, but for the main, I'll be fighting through and making sure I can get here on the kickoff. Not sure whether or not I'll have somebody with me, but I'll see what I can do about that. Maybe I'll be able to con somebody into waking up relatively early and coming in here to...
It's hard to get those poker players up at 11 a.m.,
yeah,
mate.
it's terrible. It's really rough. It's quite awkward.
Even worse for us, it's like 9 a.m. for us West
Yeah.
Australian people.
I'm on. with the king queen suited for 7.7 facing this open from Adam.
It's only Adam. I'm shipping it.
Yeah, I think this one's going in. And do you think he has much fold equity?
There is a
here?
lot of people behind. I'm not expecting to have much fold equity. So what I want to do is have a hand that is still going to do okay with very little fold equity. But I think Adam probably does. We saw him with the Jack 10 off and things like that. So I'm sure he'll be a little bit naughty.
Because we're hearing some noises. I'm not sure if you're hearing them.
I'm hearing them.
Double, I get to sleep in. Win-win. Or Adam folds. Win-win-win.
As I think that might be out there, so give me a moment.
I like the sound of that. Hesitancy.
All right. Adam's just got to do the maths here, and he's getting 2 to 1. He's going to be obliged to call a lot. That is the sad part. It is going to be a lot of ace-x heavy stuff, so your king queen's not doing great against it, but it's not doing terribly either.
Really good. Like a jack
Yeah, like we
nine.
said, we would expect Adam will open some stuff with dominate as well.
Nine deuce.
And that's going to be very sad for Amon, pending no 10. All right, well played, Amon. I think that's pretty fair against the very wide open. It's not like it's a real big money spot. I know it's the end of the day, but the end of the day is kind of irrelevant for the money. So all you're really trying to do there is just make chips and progress your stack however you can. And
All right, guys, I apologize about the Windows noises. They're going to have to carry on. We're just ensuring that the deck is going to be okay for tomorrow as play has concluded in real time, and there's a system that needs to be utilized to ensure that every card is synced.
okay.
So they're syncing the cards out there, and I've just let them know that we can actually hear that. So as soon as things wrap up, is what actually ended up happening. It looks like Armon's no longer there.
Yeah, so Amon did indeed get called by the ace offsuit, and the ace came, and that was it for Amon. I still think it's a pretty good shove, because I think Adam's opening enough stuff that he dominates still. Although, like I said, with very little fold equity, Adam probably only needs the low 30% and probably has it with just about everything he has.
So that number in top right was down to 84. So it looks like we've only got one more hand after this one to go. Action first on the man who's been getting a lot of eliminations done so far today. Tanisha's asking when do they bag day 2? In about 4 minutes, I want to say, or about 2 hands time. Adam opening the A7 offsuit from under the gun. He's had a good end to the day, ending up bagging around 2 million if he doesn't have any big confrontation here. Nicholas Geisler's asking, are we playing to a winner tomorrow? No, we will not be playing to a winner tomorrow. Playing to an FT by tomorrow night. And then we'll be bagging up at final table and playing to a winner on Monday. Action folding around to Andrian. 9-4 into the muck. Likewise the King Deuce, I would expect. 10s for Jason off of 14 blinds. This one's going in the middle.
Yeah, he doesn't mind shoving. I've played with Jason before in stacked. If he's feeling his hand, he lets it get in there. You can understand the danger, but I really think Adam's going to be going quite crazy here, so you're going to be perfectly fine to just rip this in. Like I said, it's not a huge ICM moment. We're miles off the big pay jumps.
Down it goes, and Adam's going to ask for a count.
Yeah, the maths on this one aren't quite as appealing.
Yeah, I think the A7 will be going down. Yeah, and he looks like he's about to be ready to fold.
440,000.
I sucked on the flop. You probably should bet on the play.
440 it is, and one last ceremony for this A7 before it gets pushed into the muck, I think.
Yeah,
Down it goes.
that funeral might have been longer than it was needed.
I think he's still calling it.
Depends what size you got.
I think he wanted to make out that he could have had like an ace-9 or something in a tough decision.
Yeah.
I'm not literally opening every ace there, even though I'm literally opening every ace there.
And now it's time for the final hand. After which we will be bagging things up. You can see people putting chips away in the top right of the screen. Hope you guys have enjoyed the coverage today. If you like the coverage, please make sure you like the video on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. Travis Endersby, before this last hand, anything you want to say? Anybody you want to shout out? Any plugs you want to give yourself before you go?
Oh, you can catch me on twitch.tv/thisisaTravesty or Travesty Poker on all of the social medias out there. That's all there is.
Yeah, amazing.
Nothing too exciting.
And good luck tomorrow in the 5K. Hope you're getting a nice big night to rest, like you mentioned.
Thanks, mate. That'll be a fun one.
I will let you know that I've had conversations with the higher ups in the sense that if the main event finishes at a reasonable hour on Monday, there's a chance that we cover the 5K final table.
Oh, okay.
Which could be a lot of fun. We're just going to have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I hear little rumours here and there of big-time players may show up, and
I've heard similar rumours.
Hmm.
I've heard that a certain gentleman that goes by the name of something that rhymes with, I don't know, Michael Shadamo,
Yep.
could be wanting to make an appearance. Recently won a 5K in Melbourne. As Jason with a potential question to be asked and answered here. Ace-9 suited against this open from Patrick from the button for 20. What are we thinking?
Well, Patrick was kind of early with the open. And
Plus
now
one.
we're... Yeah, I could pass on this, but he's going to get in there and have a bit
He's
of a
going to
look.
find a flat. Nicholas Geisler's asking, is Amin still in? Not as far as I'm aware. I don't think so.
Don't recall seeing him in out there, but I mean, it's
Crazier things have happened.
yeah, he could be there. He could have about 8 million if he was somehow still in there. And
Kenny's coming along with the Jack-7, and it's going to open the door for Adam. Looks like we're going to finish this one with a four-way confrontation. Let's do some spiciness to end the day. The percentages are all across the board here.
What's the juiciest board? We can have some hearts with a Jack, a 7, and a...
How about a Jack and a 7?
Yeah, just that's what we're looking for.
A 10 on the turn would be insane, as Kenny looks like he's just going to lead jam. Doesn't want anything going on here. Bottom two paired. Adam's out of there. Patrick's out of there. And now Jason, Ace-9, obviously not going to be calling this one off ever. 6% equity. It's a matter of time before he pitches his cards into the muck.
I might have been greedy here. Because I just figure...
a check raise.
Patrick, yeah, I figure Patrick's going to just have a stab with just about anything, thinking he can put pressure on the whole table.
I agree.
But, you know, like I said, end of the night, people are pretty keen on just packing it in, and it's a very sizable pot already for Kenny to win, so...
Why is Jason tanking? I hope he doesn't think this is almost only ever Queen 10 or 10-9.
His mama didn't raise a quitter, that's why.
I mean, this is ambitious to think about. He has a bit of a laugh about it.
Yeah, I think he knows.
Yeah, he will just let it go. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the Jack-7 gets turned over. And Travis, thank you so much for joining me this evening. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks for having me, mate.
Conversation about all sorts of things. And everybody for tuning in, guys. Thank you so much for being here today. It was a great day of coverage. We'll be back tomorrow for the third of 4 days in this main event here at the APL Million on behalf of Joel Williams and Brendan Hardy. My name's Jordan Bromley. You can catch me on socials at Jordan Bromley Poker. See you tomorrow for day number 3.
What? Oh, it's not hard.